is not the primary basis for his opinion about drying times. It is just something he did, as I mentioned earlier, as an impromptu thing after he came and made his presentation to us on June 3rd, the day before he left for Sweden. He went back home and he just did it. And he made notes on what he did, and I had asked him to produce every single note that he had regarding the subject matter of his testimony here, and so he produced those notes. But I think the experiment is relevant, again, because he simply wanted to produce a range of values. So he took very extreme conditions, Your Honor, extreme conditions as to the amount of blood that was used, and how it was put on the sock and under what conditions it was put on the sock. I don't believe that the actual temperature at which the experiment was conducted is at issue as to the experiment's admissibility. And I believe that Professor McDonald will be able to lay the proper foundation to have those experimental results introduced. But as I said a moment ago, Your Honor, even that experiment is not essential for Professor McDonald to render his opinion as to drying times on sheer fabric, such as the fabric in question in this case. Let me just make sure that I've covered every other point.
Let me ask you one other question.
Certainly,
The report indicates that the blood had to be, quote, teased into the fabric. In other words, apparently had to be pressed or manipulated or somehow pushed into the fabric to get it to adhere. In this situation, we have what appears to be either a blood drop, which I can see given the nature of the injuries that the victim suffered, but you're saying it's a smear.
It's a smear, and Professor McDonald will testify that it's a smear.
So you're saying maybe one of the victims grabbed at the socks or something like that and smeared their blood on the
I'm
socks?
not saying that a victim grabbed the sock. It is the position of the defense, Your Honor.
Well, I understand that, but let's say the perpetrator socks.
No, I'm not saying that, Your Honor. I'm saying that that blood was put on those socks long after June 13th.
All right.
Okay, but what there is no question about, and what Professor McDonald testified to, it is not a drop, it is not spatter, it is a smear. It is a deliberate smear on the socks. And there is no question about that.
I mean, why shouldn't I be concerned that under this experiment with this sock that the material had to be manipulated to get the blood to adhere?
Oh, no, it didn't have to. If you look at the notes, in fact, for that experiment on June, just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
It's not in the report, it's in the June 6th experiment. What he did on spot 1, as opposed to spot 2, in spot 2, he didn't tease it in. In spot 1, he deliberately put in more and more blood. He put in quantitatively a lot more blood in spot 1 when he teased it in, because he deliberately wanted to saturate it to an extreme. Remember, I told you, he's now doing an experiment to show, if I take the most extreme conditions, a lot more blood to soak in as much blood as possible. So don't just swipe it and make a smear, but instead, let's take the blood and almost sort of knead it in, okay, like bread or something, into the material to make sure it gets all the way through to the other side of the sock and even comes out the other side of the sock onto a glass table. So there is actually blood on the glass table that sock is in. That's why he's teasing it. He's deliberately teasing it. He didn't do that if you look at experiment number 2 in the notes, where he says that the human blood was simply swiped over the surface. In that instance, he didn't do any teasing at all, and he records the drying times for that stain.
All right. Mr. Neufeld, let me ask you one other question. Do you have the citation and the transcript for Mr. Matheson's testimony regarding his observations regarding the powder, what he termed as powder and blood?
It's not Mr. Matheson's, Mr. Sims.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sims.
Just in a minute, we're going to pull it right up for you. I
All
think
right.
those ones notes. But
No, I'd like to see what was presented to the jury in the form of testimony. Because basically what you have here is two issues. One, whether or not the stain inside the sock is powder, residue, and/or a transfer stain. Issue number one. Issue number two, is there substantial similarity for the drying expert? Those are the two, experiment. Those are the two issues.
And they're two separate issues.
They're two separate issues.
Right.
All right, what is Dr. McDonald's schedule at this point?
Well, what I would propose, Your Honor, is, first of all, since the microphotographs were turned over last week, the notes were turned over, I would propose if they need an additional day that he could stick around till tomorrow to testify, or he could testify on Friday morning. He is leaving for Canada a week from Friday for 2 weeks. So I would very much like to get him in. I think what this is really about is trying to have some more time to prepare a cross-examination of Professor McDonald. And if that's the case, and we can't do it tomorrow and we can't do it Friday morning, Professor McDonald will come back early next week. But it's very important to us that he be able to testify at about this time in the case, because as Mr. Cochran has pointed out, we're trying to move the defense case along very, very quickly, and we'd like to wrap this up in the next couple of weeks.
Yes, all right. Well, why don't you get me the mention in the transcript regarding Mr. Sims? Let me know what Mr. McDonald's schedule is. I'll take the matter under submission until I have the opportunity to reread the transcript regarding Mr. Sims' testimony.
Oh, so you don't need Mr. Sims' testimony at this moment. I can just give it to you later in the day.
Well, I'd like to have, what I'd like to do is finish Mr. Mraz this morning
And then decide this.
and perhaps decide this over the lunch hour.
All right, can we have it, so you can have the jury come back in, may we step out and look in the computer
Please.
and generate this without wasting the court's time?
And then what will happen is I'll have to have one of my law clerks then pull up the transcript and make it available for me to review this afternoon.
Fine.
Respond briefly to Mr. Neufeld, and I mean very briefly. I want to get to Morales too.
I think I've heard the argument and I've read the points and authorities.
You have, and I'm talking about something I have not stated in response to what Mr. Neufeld has represented to the court.
What issue?
Concerning the stain on the sock and the appearance of the powder.
Well,
It's important that they be able to establish that that powder comes from that cutout stain.
I
But it
understand,
doesn't match.
I understand there's an assumption, there's a factual assumption that one belongs to the other. I understand that.
Right, but I don't even think that Mr. McDonald is going to assert that the powder was in the same configuration as the cutout.
Well, we can't know that, can we? Since it was cut out and then tested.
No, what I'm saying is that the powder underlying the cutout could match the cutout so that we'd know what was, you know what I mean? Does this make any?
I think I have a picture.
All right,
All right, thank you.
all right.
All right. All right. Let me know when you,
I have the site. There's more than one, but a starting point will be page,
also, if you would, do you have the photographs, the micro photographs of this particular location? Because you did give me
Xerox.
Xerox copies from which I can tell exactly nothing.
Okay,
All right?
yes. I'll give you the microphotographs that we intend to offer in evidence. What you should know is that it'll be the professor's testimony that when you do this microphotograph, you're zooming in on a very small area, and that he saw similar phenomena
I understand.
through, in a larger area.
If you recollect, we got to see this phenomena under the stereo microscope with the jury.
All right, what page?
All right, give that information to Mrs. Robertson. We need to clear for the jury.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring the jury down. All right, the record to reflect all the parties are again present. Jury is not present. Counsel, anything else we need to take up before we invite the jurors to join us?
I just want to make sure the court is aware that we have forthcoming motions on the other experiments for which we just got discovery. I said that informally to the court yesterday. I wanted to make it a matter of record that those are coming.
Ask me if I'm surprised. All right, let's have the jurors, please. All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Mraz, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, just sit back, pull the microphone close to you, please. All right, good morning, Mr. Mraz.
Good morning.
You're reminded, sir, that you are still under oath. Mr. Cochran, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And good morning, Mr. Mraz.
Good morning.
Sir, yesterday we were talking about your role in picking up the Bronco vehicle on June 15th, 1994. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And I want to, if I can, get a clear picture of the number of times that you had occasion to get inside that particular vehicle. Are you with me on that?
No.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and I'm trying to elicit at least the number of times that you had occasion to get inside the driver's side or driver's compartment of the Bronco. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, yesterday you described for us that when you went to the print shed, before you moved this vehicle, did you have occasion to get inside the vehicle at that time?
Yes, I did.
All right. And at that time, when you looked at that time, that would be the first time you got inside that vehicle, did you see any blood inside that vehicle any place?
No, I did not.
And the first time that you got inside that vehicle, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you can, and paint a word picture for us of how you got inside the vehicle the first time at the print shed?
I pulled the car out of the print shed, pulled it out, and as I pulled the car out, I had to get into the passenger side, or driver's side, driver's side of the vehicle, and I had half my body in and half my body out.
All right. Why don't you, if the court would allow, step down. This is time number one, as I understand it. Why don't you, if the court would allow, the seat there as the driver's compartment, and if you can demonstrate it for the jurors, show us how you stepped in at that point, if you can. You may step down from the stand if you need to.
I walked from my truck over to the vehicle, to the white Bronco. I went over to, I opened the door. As I opened the door, I put one hand on the steering wheel. And as I put that hand on the steering wheel, I kind of did this, checked the steering so that it was locked. The reason I did that is so that a lot of times if you tow a vehicle, the steering wheel will break. It'll cause you to hit another car going out. And this is the reason I did that. As I came out, I checked the emergency brake, and that was it.
All right. So that's time number one.
That's number one.
And when you were inside that vehicle on that occasion, with your testimony, you didn't see any blood, right?
I didn't see any blood.
And did you see any black or dark gray print powder at that time?
No, I did not.
All right. Were there any keys in that vehicle at that point?
I didn't see any keys.
And I presume the door to that car was open, as you described it. You just opened the door. Is that right?
Yes, the car was unlocked.
All right. Now, then you've described for us driving to Vertels on Temple. Remember, recall that?
I recall that, yes.
Let me ask you this. Did you make any kind of communication or did you call ahead to Vertels and tell them whether or not you were coming and which vehicle you were bringing there?
I think we covered this yesterday.
Your Honor, I know there was a stop. May I ask just one question, Your Honor? Just clarification.
All right.
Thank you.
I radioed in as just before I got ready to leave.
All right. And with regard to that radioing in, did you make any indication of what car you were bringing there?
I had advised the shop that I was in tow with OJ Simpson's car.
All right. Now, at that time, at the best of your estimation, how many employees did Vertels have on Temple Street back on June 15th of 1994?
I would say 50 employees. I might be off by 2.
All right. So then you got to Vertels, as we recall yesterday, and you parked that vehicle at a point called T3. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I would like, Your Honor, if I might, to mark as the defense next exhibit, counsel, I've seen this,
1254.
1254, Your Honor. Counsel seeing this, and may I approach this from over here?
You may.
All right. Now, I have an overhead photograph of Portsmouth hotels with some numbers T1 through T5 on them. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at that and tell us whether or not the witness, Your Honor, is indicating he left his glasses, and I presume he needs them. May I go back and get them from
Yes.
someone? Thank you.
Now has his glasses.
Now, you have your glasses, and I'm going to ask you to take a look at this next exhibit, Defendant's 1254, and describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is depicted in that photograph.
This is a picture of the yard of Vertel's Automotive. It's described in T1, T2, T3, T4, and T5.
Can you briefly share with us what those different numbers are? What is T1? What's depicted at T1?
Okay, T1, if a car is going to be left in the yard a length of time, it's put up there, or if it's drivable. If it has keys, it's put up into T1. T2 is basically an evidentially hold, where they hold cars for hold for prints inside.
Okay.
T3 is the main yard. That's where all vehicles come in if they're wrecked. There's a hole on it. A lot of times we keep them there. T4, basically cars, if they don't have wheels on them, we basically put them in there. T5, which is directly facing the freeway, also, they put cars with no wheels on there.
All right, Your Honor, I don't know if we can do this with the Elmo, but I'd like to demonstrate this for the jury.
I think we
Can
can.
try this? Let's see.
Yeah.
Yes. It's a Kenworth. You pushed up a little bit. There you go. All right, now you can look down. There's a monitor to your right. I think might be a little more
Yes.
convenient for you. And is that what you've just described? The jury can now see the various areas of T1, T2, T3, T4, and T5.
Yes.
All right, sir. Would you show us, if you can, when you drove into the lot on this June 15th date with the Bronco in tow? You told us yesterday you parked it at T3, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you just show us generally, and then we can get a pointer for you, where on 1254 did you park the Bronco vehicle?
I parked it right in the middle of the lot, which is T3.
Do you see that arrow that's on the screen?
The arrow's off. The
Okay,
arrow's...
can you direct the arrow in which direction to go, and it'll try to find it?
Okay, come down. No, come up, come up. Right, now go 2 inches. Right, whoa, right there. Right in there. No, you went too far. Right there is where I put the car.
That's where you put the car?
Yes.
Can we print that out?
Yes.
So that, and we'll put the initials of JM for John Marias. That's where you put the Bronco, you took it on the 15th. And what time of day was that?
It was after 11 o'clock in the morning when I originally picked the car up.
Okay. Now, so that we're clear, and I want to make sure the court will allow me some indulgence on this, I want to address the witness with regard to 1253. We'll keep this up for a moment. Yesterday, you told us about this form, this vehicle investigation form, and I want to approach, if I can, Your Honor, again. And looking at this form, I noticed there are 2 places at the top that has something saying hold. In the left upper corner, there's an indication, Your Honor, prints/evidence, give special care. There's a box there. Was that box on the form that you had on June 15th, was that box ever checked?
No, it wasn't.
All right. Is there another box further over that's partially obscured on this form by a paper, by the hole puncher? Is there a hole, impounded hole there?
I briefly see it. The little X right there on the hole.
All right. And with regard to that, did you have some conversation with the officer who signed this particular form about whether or not there was any special care holes on this particular vehicle?
I asked the officer 3 times if there was a hole on this car for prints, if there was a hole or okay to release. He stated to me, there's no hole, or excuse me, he stated there's a hole. I said, but there's no hole for prints. He says, no, there's a hole on it. If Hertz comes to pick the vehicle up, it's okay to release to them, but they have to go through robbery division to get it.
And that was as of June 15th, that it could be released to Hertz. They came to pick it up, although they had to go through robbery homicide. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, on this form, then, 1253, there's an indication on here. Whole until released to representative from Hertz Corporation, RHD, robbery homicide handling. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you print that in, or did someone else print that in?
The officer did that.
The officer, and his name is H-A-R-O, Haro?
Haro.
Okay. Did you write anything else on this portion of the form?
Yes, I did. On the right-hand side of the impound, I put the license number of the vehicle. On the left-hand side, I put where I had put the car in T3.
All right, and Your Honor, if I might just show this off at this point.
Yes.
1253. Come back to that, Mr. All right, so let's put 1253 on the Alamo. Now, the portion, let's start at the top, Mr. Harris. The portion you and I were just talking about at the top, in the upper left-hand corner, where it says print/evidence give special care, there was no, that box was not checked, was it?
That box was not checked, no.
Now, I want you to, the box we were talking about a moment ago, so it's clear for the jury, is over to the right where there's a copy made over, Your Honor, a hole for, from a hole puncher. Can you find that, Mr. Harris? Move to your left. Straight up. All right, move up straight up. Now, there's a box there. Under that, it says some kind of hole, does it not?
That's correct.
All right, and is that what you're alluding to, hole for Hertz?
That right there indicates to me that the car is held for robbery, homicide, and if the owner is to pick it up, they would be sent to robbery, homicide to get a release from them.
All right. And who was this vehicle registered to, if you know, sir?
I was told by the officer that the vehicle belonged to Hertz Rent-A-Car.
All right. Mr. Harris, let's come down on the form and we'll look at the portions that Mr. Miraz wrote in his own hand. Now, you described for us a moment ago that you wrote the license number of this particular vehicle. Is that correct? Can you show us where that is with the arrow?
Come on down with the arrow. Roll right there. Yes.
So where it indicates on 1253, 3CWS 788, you wrote that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you also indicate you wrote the letter and word T3.
On the left-hand side of that, with
All
a
right.
circle around it.
All right. And then below that, the officer whose name is in this form is Haro, Officer Haro, H-A-R-O. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Now we can go back to the 1254. Now, when you got to the location you described for us yesterday, there were a number of employees around. When you got there, describe for us how many people, how many employees came around you as you put that vehicle in T3, if you recall.
Could have been about 10 employees there waiting for me.
All right. And they were waiting for you?
Yes.
And did you have some conversation with them or any of these employees about whose vehicle this was?
Yes.
All right. And by virtue of that conversation, did you all look at the vehicle more closely?
I don't quite follow you.
Did you have occasion to discuss whether or not there's any substance on this vehicle by virtue in the conversation with these employees?
Yes.
And what did you talk about?
Well, the immediate news people had stated there was blood all over the car.
All right. So based upon your hearing that, what did you do, if anything?
I got curious.
All right, and when you got curious, what'd you do?
I looked to see if there was any blood in the vehicle.
Did you see any at that point?
I did not.
Now, again, when you got to the place and you unhooked the vehicle, did you have occasion to get back inside that vehicle again?
Yes, I did.
Again, we'll only do it if it's different than the way you got in the first time. This is time number 2. Can you describe for us, first of all, how you got inside the vehicle on the second occasion?
I did the same thing. I got in the vehicle, put both hands on the steering wheel. I had one portion of my leg into the seat, the other portion of my leg facing out. I extended out like this, looking into the vehicle. I was curious to see if there was any blood.
Indicating looking over his right shoulder.
Do you recall whether or not you looked at the console area?
I looked all over the car. By meaning all over the car, I looked in the front of the car.
All right. And did you see any blood at that point?
I didn't see any.
Did you look at the steering wheel?
Steering wheel was right in front of me. I didn't see any there either.
Recall looking at the floor of the vehicle. Did it look like as though the floor or the carpet on the floor had been modified in any way, Mr. Morales?
The floor mat had been cut at the print shed, so there was no floor mat.
All right. Did you see anything else that looked different about that vehicle other than the floor mat being apparently missing?
No?
All right. Now, that was time number 2 that you were inside that particular vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, while you're in the vehicle during time number 2, did you notice any kind of receipts or vouchers at that point at all?
Yes, I did.
Could you describe for the jury again what you noticed and where these receipts were?
The door was open, which is the driver's side that I was in. Open the door. There's a side pocket. There's a couple of receipts in there.
A side pocket on the driver's side of the Bronco?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do with regard to those receipts?
I took them out of the car. I showed them to employees.
All right, now, why'd you take them out of the car?
I guess status, who the man was.
All right, now, meaning Mr. OJ Simpson?
Yes.
Okay, so how many receipts did you take out of the door of the car?
2.
And did you have occasion to look at those receipts?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those receipts said?
One bear the name of OJ Simpson on a tuxedo. The other bear the name of Nicole Simpson, a dress, and other miscellaneous stuff on there.
Now, what were these? What were these documents? Were they for cleaners? What were they for?
Cleaners.
And you saw these yourself, and how many were they altogether?
There was 2.
All right. And you read them, and you saw
Yes.
both names of Mr. Simpson and Mrs. Simpson. Is that right?
Yes.
So when you took them out of the car during the second time you were inside that vehicle. Is that right? At T3.
You want to repeat that again, please?
Yeah, sure. Let me see if I can say it again. You took these items out of the Bronco during the second time that you were inside that Bronco, when you were at the point T3 at Vertel's.
That's correct.
Okay. And then what'd you do with them at that point?
I put them in my shirts, showed them around the employees.
Yeah. How many employees would you say you showed them to?
I have no actual count.
All right. And so you kept them in your shirt pocket for a while?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you dropped that car off at T3, and after you'd taken these 2 receipts from a cleaner's, by the way, do you recall in your mind where that cleaner's was located?
Somewhere in Westwood. I don't know the name of it.
All right. Then after that, what did you do? Did you stay there, or did you go out on the call?
I went on another call after that.
All right. So then when you left the premises, was the Bronco still parked generally where you indicated on 1254?
Yes.
And was it still open at that point?
Yes.
Now, before you leave, let me ask a couple of questions about the area T3. Who has access to vehicles parked there at T3 in that particular open lot?
When you say who has
Well-
access,
What do the employees, you described there were maybe 50 employees at Fertel's at that time. Do the 50 employees have access to that lot? Can they go on that lot? Can they enter it and enter the cars that are there?
they can wander, do whatever they want. That same lot there, you have the public that comes in. You have other tow outfits that come in there to pick up cars.
So this is an area where a number of people come in and out, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's anybody who polices or stops you from coming in there, anything of that nature at T3?
Well, they have a lot guy there, and a lot of times he's either too busy to handle everybody. And a lot of times they'll wander in, and a lot of times they get caught and asked to get out.
All right, now you described for us that you'd worked there for some 25 years, is that correct?
That's correct.
And these are your experiences over this period of time. You're testifying regarding your experiences over the 25 years or so you worked?
That's correct.
Now, all right, now then at some point you told us you went out on a call and that call was unrelated to Mr. OJ Simpson's vehicle, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and how long were you on this call before you came back, if you recall?
Quite a few hours.
All right. Did you have some further contact with the Bronco vehicle on that date of June 15th, 1994?
Yes.
And about what time of day was that?
About 5:10, somewhere in there.
In the afternoon of the same
In
day?
the afternoon, yes.
All right. Did you have occasion then to see that vehicle shortly after 5 o'clock on June 15th?
Yes.
Where was the vehicle at that point?
Well, it had been moved from T3 over to T2.
So now if we look at 1254 again in the center there, it looks like a white building. That's T2. Is that where it had been moved to?
That's correct.
And for the record, Mr. Harris has put a magenta, I guess, arrow on T2. That's the building it had been moved into?
That's the building that had been moved.
Do you know who moved that vehicle into that T2 area?
No, I don't.
So between the time you left and the time you got back, the vehicle was not where you left it in T3, it was now in T2.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you have occasion to go into T2 and do something with regard to that vehicle?
When I returned at about 5:10, somewhere in there, yes.
All right, and tell us what happened, what you did.
I decided to put the papers back into the vehicle.
All right, these are the two
Vouchers.
vouchers, we'll call them vouchers, that you had. You
Yes.
decided to put them back, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and did you put them back in the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And when you put them back in the vehicle, was that vehicle parked inside of T2? Was it still open or unlocked?
It was unlocked.
And what'd you do? Did you open the door?
I opened the door.
And tell us what you did.
I opened the door, put them in the side pocket, and walked away from there.
Was anybody else around at that point?
No, nobody else.
All right, and you put the vouchers back where you got them?
Yes.
And why'd you bring them back and put them back?
Have no idea. Just put them back.
All right. Now, can you just tell us generally where in T2 was the vehicle parked at that point?
Just about right there where that indication of T2, where the circle is where it was put in.
All right, Your Honor, we can use use 1254 for identification at this point, and in the area where it's marked T2 is inside that building is where the Bronco was parked.
Yes.
All right. And when you put the receipts back in that, the vouchers back in the Bronco shortly after 5 on June 15th, at that point, did you see any blood inside that vehicle?
I didn't see any. Of course, I just went in, opened the door, and I didn't see any blood.
All right. And did you see any powder as though there had been any fingerprinting of that vehicle at that point?
Car was never printed.
All right. You didn't see any powder?
I didn't see no powder.
Okay. So, all right, after that, after you put the receipt back, did you have occasion to have any contact with the owner of Vertel's lot after that?
I went on a call.
Another call?
Another call. I returned back 5:30, somewhere in there. I was due to get off at 6, and management called me in about 5:40.
And when you went into management, who were you talking to?
To Bob Jones.
And is he who is Bob Jones?
Bob Jones is the manager of the establishment.
All right. And who else was present during this conversation?
It was just him and I.
All right, you had a conversation?
Yes.
All right, was the subject matter of that conversation these vouchers or these receipts that you had taken?
I was asked about him, yes.
And were you, you had shown these receipts or vouchers to other employees, had you not?
That's correct.
All right. Now, when you talked to your, he was your boss, was he?
Manager. Yes.
Your manager
boss.
at that time? How long had he been your manager?
I really don't know.
All right.
It's more than 5 years.
Okay, more than 5 years?
Yes.
All right. Had you been there longer than he had?
He had a couple of years, few years more than I did.
All right, so you'd known him for a period of time, is that correct?
Yes.
Had you had some relationship with a family member of his?
Not with him.
With a family member of his?
Not a family of his, but the owner of the establishment of Vertels.
All right, and the owner is some other person, is that right?
Yes, that's the owner that owns the Vertels Automotive.
Okay, and had you had a relationship with the owner's daughter?
Yes, I did.
And when was that? Well, I can link it up here.
This is overall.
Thank you. When was the relationship?
Relationship started back during the Olympics. The Olympics were in '84.
Overall.
The relationship started in 1984, thereabouts?
Yes,
And how long did that relationship continue, if you recall?
till 1991.
About 7 years?
Yes,
And what was that relationship with? Was this with the owner's daughter?
that's correct.
All right. Did that relationship end at some point?
I think we just established that.
Yes, and I was believing that was foundational, Your Honor. When it ended, the question was, Your Honor, it did end. How did that relationship end with the owner's daughter?
Well, when we broke up the relationship of her and I living together, we were still seeing each other on up till '82, and then we broke off permanent. And she had to work there, I had to work there, so I was like, I had to watch what I had to do.
All right. Did the ending, as in? Let me ask what it
Overall,
was.
goes to bias.
Yeah. Did the ending? Was it a pleasant ending, sir?
In my opinion, no, it wasn't a pleasant ending.
All right. And both of you continued to work at that location after that.
Yes,
And that's the man who owns this particular business?
this is correct.
Okay. And Bob Jones works for the owner. Is that right?
Yeah, he's the manager, yes.
Okay. All right. So in the course of your conversation with Mr. Jones, did he ask you a question about these vouchers or these receipts?
He asked me about the vouchers, yes.
And what did you tell him, if anything?
I denied it.
That you lied to him?
Yes, I did.
And why'd you lie to him?
I was on thin ice, and no matter what I said, he was going to come down on me.
All right. When you say you're on thin ice, what do you mean by that?
Well, a few days prior to this, I had said a few words.
Sustained.
Had some incident occurred a few days before?
That's correct.
Had it involved you and Mr. Jones
No,
or some other employee?
some other employee there.
And had you talked to him about that incident? Had you been called in the carpet regarding that incident?
Leading.
No.
Sustained.
All right. There'd been some incident that preceded this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so after you talked to him and you denied having removed these receipts or vouchers, tell us what happened after that.
He asked me, he said to me, he says that he had word from other employees there that I had taken these papers out of the car. And I denied it. I says, I don't know anything about it. He says, well, he says, I have this information. I says, well, whatever information you got, I don't know what you're talking about. And he asked me to empty my pockets out.
All right. Did you do that at that point?
No, I refused to.
All right. And then what happened after that?
He said I was suspended.
All right. Now, at that point, when you were talking to him, what time of evening was this on June 15th?
10 to 6.
All right. Had you replaced those vouchers or receipts back in the Bronco at that point?
They were already replaced back into the vehicle.
All right. But you still wouldn't let him look in your pockets?
Right.
All right. Now, after that, he suspended you?
After that, he suspended me, yes.
And that's June 15th.
June 15th.
A little before 6 o'clock in the afternoon?
That's correct.
Okay. And after you suspended, what happened after that?
Well, it was a nightmare to me. I mean, working there all those years,
All right.
I got home.
All right. So you were suspended as of that date. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, thereafter, did you have occasion to go back to that lot on or about June 17th, 1994, 2 days later?
Yes, he called me, I believe it was Thursday, which would be the 16th,
All right.
and said that him and myself and Bob Jones and Mr. Vertels would be in conference.
All right. Will be 3 of you in conference?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that? Was there a meeting set up at that point?
Yes. This was for the 17th of June.
All right. And did you appear on the 17th of June?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about what time it was that you got there on the 17th of June?
I think it might have been about 10:30 in the morning.
All right. And when you got there, where did you go, if you recall?
I went directly to Bob's office. But prior of me going to Bob's office, I'd noticed that the Bronco had been moved again.
All right. Now, the Bronco, you told us about it being at the point of T3. You told us where it was, generally on T2. Now it had been moved for a third time since it was in Vertels. Is that right?
That's right.
Do you know who had moved it?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay. Can you, if Mr. Harris puts that arrow up there, can you show us the third parking place for the Bronco? If he moves the arrow down? Still in the T2 area, right?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. That's where it was the first time. The second time, if you'll move that arrow to my left. Keep going. It was, no. Now, go, basically the same location as to where the marking of T2 is, but directly across.
Across from it.
Across from where the orange letter is in there, T2. Right in there is where it was put in.
This is that heading north? Is that north?
That would be the west side of the building.
West side of the building? All right, so if can we put a mark there and put JM? This point would be the point where the third parking space of the Bronco, yeah. All right. 1254, I believe. All right, now, at that time, did you have occasion to go with Mr. Jones and someone else to that vehicle at that point?
Well, yes.
All right, tell us what happened.
After we had discussed things in Bob Jones' office, Bertel walked out, I walked out, and Bob walked out. All 3 of us walked out of there to go look into the Bronco.
All right. And prior to your walking to this point on 1254, the parking place of the Bronco, you'd had a conversation with the owner, Vertels, and Bob Jones and yourself. Is that right?
That's correct.
How long did that conversation last?
15 to 20 minutes.
All right. And after that conversation, you then walked out of the office over to T2. Is that right?
Well, Bob's office is basically in T2.
All right.
So we walked out of his office.
Okay. Now, before we get to the Bronco, with regard to T2, is T2, you've described for the cars that are in there, is that a place where cars are placed where there's some kind of a hole or for some special care?
Yes, normally 100% of the cars that are towed that have an evidentiary hole on the vehicles, hole for prints or further investigation, they're normally put in there, kept away from the public.
All right. Is that a more secure facility than T3?
It's supposed to be secured.
All right. Well, is it, in actuality, was it secure? Well, that's...
Rephrase the question.
All right. Based upon your experience and having worked there for a period of time, tell us about the security regarding at T2 in that particular building.
Describe it or?
Yes, describe it, sir, and how it worked.
Well, cars coming in, you've got the front door that if somebody comes in, there's a button that's raised that lifts the gate up. On the back end of the garage, the mechanics work there. On the side, which would be on the east side of the building. There's a door there where the driver's room is. There's a door there. A lot of times, a lot of customers would come in through there, not being escorted. They would come through there, catch us napping there, eating lunch or whatever, and we said, "What are you doing here?" "So I come to use the toilet."
All right. So would the 50 or so employees of Vertel's, would they have access to T2 also, that area?
Yeah, yes.
Overruled.
And could they just come in and out?
Well, anybody come in, go out.
And that's T2 also?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regard to the vehicle and where it was parked, tell us what happened with regard to that between you, Bob Jones, and Vertel's.
Walked out of Bob's office, and we were walking in T2 towards the Bronco. Vertel came with us. Bob came with, he was standing next to me. There's two detectives that were in the building, but in the portion of where the drivers eat is where the detectives were. Bob said, "There's two detectives," and Vertel went one way, and Bob and I continued going towards the Bronco.
Is that to kind of throw off the detectives?
Exactly.
Sustained.
All right. Well, what? Okay.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Jury is to disregard the last question and answer.
All right. Why did you do that?
Well, Bob didn't want to make it obvious that we were going towards the Bronco.
All right.
Sustained. Answer stricken. Jury is to disregard.
All right. At any rate, did you have some conversation with Bob about how you would get to that Bronco?
Well, when we were going to Bronco, we didn't think the detectives would be in there.
Sustained.
All right.
Answer stricken.
At any rate, you got to the Bronco at some point. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you got there, were any detectives around the vehicle at that point?
Yes.
And when you got there, the detectives were around that vehicle?
No.
All right. And did you have occasion to get inside the vehicle or to look inside the vehicle at that point?
I opened the door to the Bronco.
All right. Now, is this which time is this? This is time number?
Fourth time.
The fourth time.
Yes.
All right. The vehicle's still unlocked.
That's correct.
All right. Describe for us what you did when you opened the vehicle.
I opened the door, and Bob says to me, like, "Hurry up," because of the detectives being there. And I says,
Sustained. Answer is stricken in its entirety. Jury is to disregard. Ask another question.
After you opened the door, don't tell us what Bob said. You opened the door, and then what happened?
I opened the door. I said, "They're not there,"
When you mean they're not there, what are you talking about?
referring to the papers that I had removed from there, from the Bronco.
These papers you put back in there?
Exactly.
All right. And you didn't see them at that point. Is that right?
Yeah, I didn't see them in there, no.
All right. Do you know who taken them after you put them back?
No, I don't.
Sustained. Tardy, though. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Did you go back to the same area where you placed these vouchers back yourself?
Yes, I did.
And did you see them there at that location?
No, I did not.
Have they been there when you last left that vehicle on June 15th in the afternoon?
They were last there, yes.
All right. And they were there, not there now, is that right?
They were not there now.
All right. Now, after that, after you didn't see these vouchers there, what happened after that, sir?
Bob and I walked back to his office.
All right. Now, at that point, you were on suspension, is that correct?
Well, he called it investigating, is what he called it.
All right. Then after your conversation with him on the 17th, were you still on suspension or was your status changed?
I was going to go on vacation, and he knew I was going to go on vacation. He says, "Well..."
Sustained.
All right. You were about to go on vacation, you just told us?
Yes.
Let me ask you that without telling us what Bob Jones said at that point. Did you go on vacation?
Yes, I did.
And were you being paid for the time on vacation, if you know?
Yes,
All right. So you went on vacation. You had this paid vacation coming, right?
that's correct.
And while you were out on vacation, did you have occasion to come back to Vertel's sometime in and around June 11th of 1994?
I returned back July 11th.
Did I say June 11th?
Yes.
I meant July 11th, Your Honor. And about July 11th, 1994? Tell us what happened on July 11th.
I was due back July 11th, and I had called on a Friday prior to July 11th, and I wanted to take an extra week of vacation. And while Bob had me on the telephone, he says, "Oh, by the way, I need to talk to you."
All right. And did you make arrangements to come down and see Mr. Bob Jones after that?
Yes.
And when did you, do you recall when you came in on that date?
I went back July 11th.
All right. And what time of day was that, if you recall?
I was about 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning.
All right. And did you come to Bob Jones's office?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall whether or not you saw the Bronco at all on that day?
Yes, I seen the Bronco.
And where was it parked in the same point as we indicated there at 1254 with the magenta arrow there?
Yes.
All right, still the same place now?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go over to it on that occasion?
No, I didn't go to the Bronco, no.
All right. You went to Bob Jones's office?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation with him?
Yes, I did.
And did your employment status change as of that day?
Yes, it did.
And what happened to you?
I was terminated.
And have you worked there since that date at all?
No, I haven't.
Now, I noticed that you have two lawyers with you today. And have you brought some kind of a lawsuit against Vertel?
Yes, I did. I filed a wrongful termination.
And are these gentlemen who are seated back over to my right, are they representing you in that lawsuit?
Yes, they are.
That matter's still pending now, is that right?
Still pending, yes.
All right. Well, on any of the occasions when you had occasion to either tow the car or be around the car, did you have occasion to look at or make note of the physical condition of this particular car?
Are we the Bronco?
Yes, the Bronco. We're talking
Yes.
about when you first picked it up at the print.
There was an inventory that was made of the vehicle on the day that I picked it up.
That would have been on June 15th, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you fill that inventory out or did someone else?
I had started the impound sheet on there.
All right, and is that on the form that I previously showed you, 1253?
Yes.
And I might approach again. I'm going to place a copy of 1253. I'll place before you. Is there a place on here where you can show us where you'd started the inventory of that vehicle?
I didn't start the inventory. I started the impound sheet.
Okay. All right. And was there a place for an inventory of the vehicle, though?
Yes, on the middle of the impound sheet, there's an inventory of the vehicle. Indicate seat, front, so forth.
All right.
And,
Did you have occasion to look at that particular vehicle to see whether or not it had any kind of damage?
when I towed it in, the vehicle had no damage at all.
All right. And you made an visual observation to determine that yourself?
Yes, I did. And for me to sign my name on there, I have to go through that vehicle and inspect it myself and then put my signature. Any damage done to that vehicle, I'm responsible for.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
And you didn't see any damage, is that correct?
I didn't see any damage at all.
At any time later, did you ever see any damage to that particular vehicle at all?
There was no damage in that vehicle when I left it there.
When you last dealt with it, is that right?
That's right.
Just a second. Mark, I think there are two photographs. 1254A is a printout, and I think there's also a 1254B, is there?
Yes.
A and B, if correct, please. Just one last question, so.
One is T2 location number 1 and T2 location number 2, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. Thank you. You indicated that based upon this inventory, whatever, you didn't see any damage to the vehicle, and you, other than what you've described for us, where the carpeting was cut out on the driver's side. Is that right?
That's correct.
Very well, I have nothing further. This witness in this court, Judge.
Ms. Clark?
Good morning, Mr. Moran.
Good morning.
Now, as you stated, sir, when Mr. Jones first confronted you with having taken those receipts from the Bronco, you lied, didn't you?
That's correct.
And you told him you took nothing from the Bronco, didn't you?
He asked me about the papers.
And you said you did not take them.
That's correct.
But you had.
This is true.
And you put them in your pocket,
Shirt.
shirt pocket. Yes?
That's correct.
And then later on, he asked you to remove the contents of your pocket, didn't he?
He did.
And you refused.
That's correct.
And you refused because you had those receipts in your shirt pocket, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
But you refused to empty your pocket for him, didn't you?
It's correct.
And after you lied to Bob Jones and you refused to remove the contents of your pockets, he suspended you. Isn't that right?
Suspended me, yes.
Now, when you went back to the Bronco on June the 17th, you went with Mr. Vertel and you went with Mr. Jones. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Now, again, on that date, you were confronted by Mr. Vertel about having taken something from the Bronco, correct?
Correct.
And you lied again, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
When Mr. Vertel confronted you at first on June the 17th and asked you if you took something from the Bronco, you said you did not.
It's not true.
Mr. Mraz, let me remind you. Well, let me first ask you something else. Before you came to this trial, to this courtroom today and yesterday, you testified at a pretrial hearing, didn't you?
Correct.
And at that hearing, you testified about many of the same things you've testified here in court to, correct?
Correct.
Going to show counsel page 5389. 5389. Like I'm showing it to Mr. Mraz's attorneys as well as to Mr. Cochran.
Yes, proceed.
I didn't finish.
I'm going to show you the page of a transcript. Before I do, it is your testimony at this point that when you went in to see Mr. Vertel and Mr. Jones on June the 17th, and they asked you again whether you took anything from the side pocket of the Bronco, you said no. You continued to lie.
It's not true.
Do you recall them showing you statements written out by other employees who saw you with those receipts taken from the Bronco?
I remember them showing them to me, yes.
And do you also recall, sir, that it was only after they showed you those written statements that said they saw you with the receipts that you took out of the Bronco that you admitted that it was true?
It's not true. It's not true.
All right, Mr. Mraz, do you recall being asked the following questions at the pretrial hearing in this matter, page 5389? You returned to Vertel's 2 days later on June the 17th, did you not? Answer, correct. Question, on that date you met with Mr. Richard Vertel and Bob Jones, is that correct? That's true. Question, and once again, on that date you were asked by Mr. Vertel, this time if you had removed any items from the Ford Bronco. Is that correct? Answer, that's correct. And at first you denied taking anything out of the Bronco. Isn't that right? Answer, that is not true. At first you denied taking from anything from the Ford Bronco, did you not? Answer, at first, yes.
Overruled. Question? Do you have a question?
Yes. Now, do you recall at first denying it to Mr. Vertel and then admitting it only after he showed you written statements of the other employees who saw you holding the receipts that you stole from the Bronco?
Yeah.
Rephrase the question.
That's misleading there.
I'm asking you a question, sir. Do you remember that happening?
Objection.
That didn't happen.
It didn't happen?
No, that didn't happen
Did
that
they
way.
show you
Hold
the...
on. Hold on, there's an
I
objection.
have an objection, and I'd like to show the court something on the record. Grab the transcripts.
Ms. Clark, show it to Ms. Clark first. Proceed.
I have an objection regardless.
Noted. Thank you. Proceed. Proceed.
Then is your testimony that when you testified at the pretrial hearing, you did not admit that you initially lied to Mr. Vertel again on June the 17th?
And when Mr. Hodgman questioned me, I had told him...
The answer requires yes or no, Mr. Mraz.
No, we all don't get to talk at the same time. He's allowed to finish his answer.
When Mr. Hodgman talked to me,
Well, objection, Your Honor, this is non-responsive.
I don't know if it is or not. I haven't heard the
It required a
question.
yes or no.
No, it doesn't. He's entitled to explain his answer. Mr. Mraz, answer the question, please.
when Mr. Hodgman asked me the same question that you had asked me, we were talking about Bob Jones, that I had lied to him, and then he came right back and asked me the same thing that you did. I says, no, I never lied to Bob or Vertel on the second day. And
Okay.
So I never did.
So it's your testimony now that you only lied on the first day. Is that right?
Question now, that's argument.
Overruled.
Is that your testimony, sir?
I lied to Bob.
That's your testimony.
That's my testimony.
And your testimony is currently that you did not lie again to Mr. Vertel and Mr. Jones on the 17th. Is that
That's-
your testimony?
That's correct.
But nevertheless, you do recall being shown written statements of your fellow employees who said they saw you with the receipts that you stole from the Bronco.
I never read those statements.
You saw them, didn't you?
Well, there were papers shown to me like this.
But you claim you didn't read them.
I didn't read them. No, I didn't.
But it was after you were shown those statements that you submitted a statement admitting to having taken the papers out of the Bronco. Isn't that right?
It's not right.
Do you see the statement that you wrote out for Mr. Vertel?
Excuse me?
Did you see the statement you wrote out for Mr. Vertel?
That I wrote out for Vertel?
Yes.
I don't remember me writing a statement to Vertel.
You don't recall that? All right, we'll have time. I'm going to pull that up for you and show you. I'm going to ask you to identify that. That is your handwriting.
Okay?
You don't recall Mr. Vertel, however, asking you to furnish him with a written statement concerning your position in this matter?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
I don't recall ever me signing any statement.
You don't recall ever signing a statement concerning your theft of the receipts from the Bronco?
I don't recall that unless you got something.
Oh, you mean you'll change your testimony if I show you something?
It's not what I'm saying.
What's your testimony, sir? Did you write something out like that or not?
I don't recall myself doing that.
Now, when you went to the Bronco on the 17th and looked in the side pocket, where you claimed you had put the receipts back, they were not there, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, they never did turn up again. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And these two attorneys that are sitting here are representing you in your wrongful termination suit?
That's correct.
You need 2 attorneys for that, do you, sir?
Object to that.
Sustained.
All right, so you're looking to get some money out of Vertel's for what you claim to be your wrongful termination. Is that right?
Not necessarily true.
You're not seeking money? You're not seeking money in your wrongful termination suit, are you, Mr. Mraz? Is that it?
If it comes my way, yes. I'll take it.
Have you filed legal papers in your wrongful termination suit, Mr. Mraz?
Yes.
And do those legal papers ask for money from Vertel's for being wrongfully fired?
Overruled.
I haven't seen any dollars or signs on those papers yet because I don't know what we're suing for.
Don't those pleadings indicate that you are going to be asking for monetary damages in some amount, if not currently known, then the amount that will be determined at a later time?
That's correct.
So you expect to get money, do you not,
That's
from the
correct.
wrongful termination suit? Thank you, Mr. Mraz. And if you testify here in court today that you took those receipts and you kept them and you never put them back in the Bronco, you will lose that suit, won't you, Mr. Mraz?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Isn't it true, Mr. Mraz, that your lawyers are sitting here to make sure that you never admit to having put those papers back in the Bronco? That you never admit to stealing those papers?
Sustained. Sustained to the form of the question. Jury is to disregard the implication of that question.
Mr. Mraz, are you concerned that if you admit to us here today that you stole those receipts from the Bronco and never put them back, that you will lose your wrongful termination suit?
I didn't take them.
Could you please answer my question?
I didn't take them.
You did take them out of the Bronco, sir, didn't you?
Yes.
You did put them in your pocket, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you were asked on that very same day that you took them out of the Bronco and put them in your pocket, to empty your pockets, you refused, didn't you?
I sure did.
Thank you. Are you concerned, sir, that if you admit that you never put those receipts back in the Bronco, that you will lose your wrongful termination suit?
I didn't quite follow you. You want to repeat that again, please?
Yes. Are you concerned that if you admit that you took those receipts out of the Bronco and never returned them, you will lose your wrongful termination suit?
All I know is that I put those papers back in.
Can you answer my question, sir?
I assume yes.
You picked up the Bronco on June the 15th. You picked it up from the print shed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the print shed is a big tin building that is enclosed, that has doors that close off. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there is a guard shack in which a police officer is posted to guard the vehicles kept in that print shack. Isn't that right?
I've never seen a guard there.
Didn't you just testify on direct that you spoke to the guard and told him who you were and he let you in?
The guard shack's across the street at 150 North San Pedro. That's where the guard shack is.
And you had to make contact with the person in that guard shack in order to get to the print shed. Isn't that right?
I was directed to get there.
Didn't you have to make contact with the person in the guard shack to be let into the print shed, sir?
Most of the time when we arrive,
I'm asking about June the 15th.
yes.
Thank you. And the Bronco was inside the print shack, wasn't it?
Away from the guard shack, yes.
It was inside the print shack, wasn't it?
Yes.
Now, when you saw that Bronco for the first time on June the 15th, you noticed that a floor mat had been missing, correct?
Correct.
Which caused you to conclude, as you testified on direct, that evidence had already been removed from the Bronco at the print shack, correct?
Overruled. Overruled.
Yes,
And as a matter of fact, aren't you also aware that blood had already been removed by Dennis Fung on June the 14th at the print shack?
Sustained. Foundation.
You did not see the Bronco on the 14th, is that correct?
that's correct.
You did not see the Bronco on the 13th either, is that correct?
That's correct.
When you went over to the Bronco, sir, can you describe to us how you opened the door?
Which time are you asking me on this?
I'm talking about the first time you saw it on the 15th.
I backed the car out, brought it out, got out from the driver's side of the tow truck and walked up to it.
Okay, you walked up to the Bronco for the purpose of preparing the hookup, is that right?
Yes.
And you were going to leave some paperwork in the car as well, weren't you?
Never left any paperwork in the car.
Never put any paperwork inside the car.
Never did.
What did you do when you first approached the Bronco itself?
When I pulled it out,
You indicated to us on direct, sir, that you went over and went inside the Bronco in some manner when it was in the print shack.
I didn't go into the Bronco in the print shed. It was when I brought it out.
So you first hooked it up and pulled it out of the print shack?
Yes,
And you did not open the driver's door at all while it was inside the print shack, is that right?
that's correct.
And after you pulled it out of the print shack, you then went into the Bronco itself?
Yes,
And did you do that by entering through the driver's side door?
that's correct.
And you used your left hand to open the handle?
Might have used my right hand.
Is that what you do when you go to the driver's side of a door?
Overruled.
You went over, just picture what you did. You went over to the driver's side of the car to open the door. Do you have a picture in your mind of the way that handle looked?
I have a picture of it, yes.
What kind of handle is it, Mr. Moraz?
Oh, it's a handle that where you stick your hand, pull up on it, and pulls out.
Okay. And you used your right hand to open it?
Left.
Left hand.
Correction, left.
And when you used your left hand to open the door, that driver's side door, you didn't see any blood on the door.
When I opened it,
Right.
I looked at the door.
And did you see any blood?
I didn't see any.
Did you ever see any blood on the driver's side of that door?
I didn't see any blood. I didn't see any.
All right, and then you got inside and you put both hands on the steering wheel, is that right?
I had both hands on the steering wheel, yes.
And did you touch the console area? That's the armrest between the passenger and the driver's side?
I don't think I did.
Did you look at the console area?
Yes.
Did you look carefully at the console area, sir?
I took a glance of it.
Well, you got into the car again on a second occasion, correct?
Correct.
On that same day?
Yes.
June the 15th we're talking about, right?
Yes.
And you looked at the console area specifically again that second time you got into the Bronco on June the 15th?
Yes.
And you looked carefully because you were looking for blood, is that right?
That's right.
Have you ever testified before that you were looking carefully for blood?
Sustained. It's a speaking objection.
Did you ever tell your lawyers or anyone else before you came to court or met with Mr. Cochran that you were specifically looking carefully for blood in that car?
Overruled. Overruled.
That I was especially looking for blood?
Right.
Yes.
Who was the first person you told that you were specifically looking carefully for blood when you got into the Bronco on June the 15th?
The employees there at the yard?
At Vertel's?
Yes.
Let me show you again the,
1254.
1254 now? You finished 1254?
I believe this is 1254B.
Is it B? You see the marker called T3?
Yes.
I noticed you had to put your glasses on, Mr. Mraz. Do you use them for driving?
For reading?
Only reading?
Yes.
Yeah, I also noticed that you're using them to look at the monitor, correct? Are you unable to see the marker T3 without your glasses, sir?
If I got up here and looked, oh, I could see it. From there to there, I could look at it. From here, close up, I can't see. That's why I have them. Care to look?
Mr. Mraz, what color is that marker, T3?
That marker right there that you're just pointing at right now?
Yeah.
Pinkish color?
Pinkish?
Yes.
You're colorblind, aren't you, Mr. Mraz? Aren't you?
I don't think I am.
You think that's pink?
Overruled.
Are you talking about the arrow or are you talking about that dot that's marked T3?
But the arrows is what you wanted, right?
No, I said the dot, T3. What
Oh,
color
the
is that
dot,
dot?
that's green.
All right. When you first pulled that car,
Nope. Speaks for itself.
when you first pulled the Bronco over to the area marked as T3, was that because somebody told you to leave it there until they made space in T2?
No,
Sir, isn't it true that there was a Mr. Saul Gutierrez there waiting to move it into the secure area known as T2, and that they had to make room for it? That's why you left it there in T3?
Saul, which he's called there at the yard. I told him that I would leave it there and he could do whatever he want with it later.
You don't know how quickly he moved it into T2 because you left. Isn't that true?
That's true.
You left immediately after you pulled into T3. Isn't that true?
15, 20 minutes later, I might have left.
When you came back after going out on the call, the car was in T2, the secure area. Isn't that right?
When I came back, yes, it was in T2.
And T2 is the area where you keep cars that are to be held for evidentiary hold. Isn't that right, sir?
That's correct.
And regardless of what's on that paperwork, this car was in that area, isn't it? Wasn't it?
Yes.
Now I want to show you some photographs, sir. You indicated, did you not, sir, that you could not see any print dust on the car at all, correct?
That's correct.
And again, you were looking very carefully for that print dust. Is that right?
You could see it. If it's obvious, if it's on a car, you could see it.
You know what it looks like. Is that right?
That's correct.
Were you looking carefully for print dust that day?
Yes,
And you didn't see any, correct?
I didn't see any.
People's next in order.
528.
528.
Yes.
People's 528. Zoom in. First of all, wait, let's back up for a second. You recognize the location that's shown in this photograph, sir? That's the print shack, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And you recognize that car, of course, that's the Bronco, isn't it?
That's correct.
And that's where you picked up the Bronco on June the 15th, isn't it?
That's correct.
In fact, that was the position it was in when you hooked it up to your tow truck and pulled it out, correct?
Correct.
Zoom in. What do you see there on the door, Mr. Mraz?
Powder.
Looks like print
Print
dust.
powder. Looks like print powder, yes.
That's the print dust that you didn't see when you picked it up on June the 15th from the print shack where it's shown in this photograph.
Yes.
Print. I'd like to print the close-up, Your Honor, and ask that it be marked People's 528A.
528A.
Now, you also indicate, sir, that there were no keys to the Bronco when you saw it on June the 15th, correct?
Correct.
In fact, there never were any keys that you saw that went to that Bronco, were there?
I didn't see any.
In fact, sir, were you aware of the fact that on June the 14th, officers had to use a Slim Jim to break into the car?
Sustain. Sustain. The objection is foundation, counsel. Sustain.
You indicate that you had to examine the car carefully for any damage, correct?
Correct.
And any damage would also include any kind of evidence of tampering or break-in of that car, correct?
Damage that's obvious is what we indicate, that
Okay, so-
you're able to see with the eye.
So if there's some minor scratches or dings on the car that are very small, that's not noted as damage, correct?
Dents and scratches.
If there are very minor scratches, do you note that on the form?
Scratches, dents and scratches. It comes on that category.
And when you do that, or do you attempt to find out whether any of those scratches were perhaps put on there by law enforcement personnel in the course of dealing with the car? Wouldn't that be important to know,
There wasn't any dent scratches that I noticed.
that you notice?
Right.
So the condition that you see the Bronco in this photograph, People's 528. Can you back out? That's the condition in which you saw it. Is that correct, sir?
When I pulled it out of there, yes.
Can we go back into the handle? You indicated to us a couple minutes ago that this was a pull handle, isn't that right?
Yes.
Is that a pull handle, sir?
When you go up, come out. Evidently not. From that, push the button. I was wrong.
You're wrong about the print dust, too, weren't you, sir?
See the prints there, or the powder there. Yeah, I see that now.
Of course, you weren't wearing your glasses on that date when you went to hook up the car, were you?
Oh. I had them, yes.
Were you wearing them?
Make out the impound sheet, yes.
Were you wearing them when you examined the car carefully for blood, as you've testified?
I wasn't wearing them, no.
Were you wearing them when you examined the car to look for print dust?
No.
Now, did you attempt to ascertain whether any officers had been required to use a Slim Jim to open the locked door of that Bronco on June the 14th in order to more accurately fill out your impound sheet?
I don't believe I had asked how they got in.
Did you ever find out?
No. Wasn't there long enough.
I'm sorry?
I wasn't there long enough
You weren't where long enough?
to find out how they got into it.
How long would you have to be there to find out how they got into it?
Let's move on. Ms. Clark, do you have much more?
I do. Thank you. All right, you've also testified, sir, that you saw no blood in the Bronco, correct?
Correct.
We're showing you a photograph now. I think it's been previously marked, Your Honor, on a board, but in an abundance of caution, I'm going to ask that
529.
I'd ask you first look at this photograph without your glasses, sir, if it was 529. Tell us if you see any blood.
See blood up on top, 22. Some down there where 23 is. 21, I don't see any down there. Yes, I do. I see it now.
Okay. Are you aware that these photographs were taken on...
Sustain.
It's foundation, Your Honor. It's already in the evidence.
Sustain.
You see that blood there on the door, sir?
Yes.
Do you know when these photographs were taken?
I have no idea.
If they were taken on June the...
Overruled.
If they were taken on June the 14th, sir, before you got to the Bronco on June the 15th, would you admit that you are mistaken about having no blood in the Bronco?
Overruled. Overruled.
I didn't see any blood.
You're not telling this jury that there was no blood inside the Bronco, are you? You're just telling them you didn't see it.
Telling them I didn't see any blood.
And you don't recall seeing the blood that you now see in this photograph.
Overruled.
I didn't see that in there.
I think it's 5:30, Your Honor. Again, I think this is marked on a board already as well. Tell us if you can see any blood in this photograph, sir.
Yes, I do.
You see the blood by 31 and 30 there?
Yes, I do.
And do you know that these photographs were taken on June the 14th?
No, I don't.
But you didn't see this blood either.
I didn't see that either.
Were you attempting to look at that particular area? That's the console area between the driver and the passenger seat?
The view I had from the steering wheel, half in, half out, looking in, is the view I had.
All right, so you never looked at the console, is that right?
Sustain. Phrase the question.
Okay. Well, you tell us, sir, did you look carefully at the console area on the passenger side to see if there was blood?
I had a view of the console.
Did you have a view of the passenger side of the console area that's shown in this photograph on June the 15th?
On the right-hand side, no. Didn't have-
Now, on June the 15th, the first time you got into the Bronco, you stated to us that you got in the driver's side
Yes,
and you were partially in,
partially in, yes.
and you touched the steering wheel with both hands,
Yes,
and you checked the emergency brake.
yes.
And how did you do that?
With my left hand, I pulled it out.
And you did not see any floor mat there, correct?
There was no floor mat, no.
Did you sit in the passenger seat, sir?
Half in, half out.
What
Half
were you-
my body in and out.
What were you doing in the passenger side of the car?
I was hanging onto the steering wheel at an angle. You mean the passenger side?
Right.
Oh, I wasn't on the passenger side, no. I'm
You
sorry.
only got in the driver's side, is that right?
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, of all 3 times that you went to the Bronco, you only got on the driver's side of the car, is that correct?
That's correct.
Has it ever happened in your experience, sir, that a car is towed and taken into police custody for which there are no keys?
A lot of times.
Overruled.
A lot of times, cars come in with no keys.
And when the cars come in with no keys, you can't lock them, correct?
That's correct.
Because then you couldn't get back into the car, correct?
Correct.
And this car was never locked, correct? At least when you saw it.
When I saw it, it was never locked.
Now, when you got into the Bronco on the first occasion, sir, were you bleeding?
I don't think I was. No,
When you got into the car on the second occasion, sir, were you bleeding?
no,
And when you got into the car on the third occasion, were you bleeding?
no,
And when you opened the door to look at the side door, driver's side pocket with Mr. Jones and Mr. Vertel, were you bleeding?
no.
Now, when you looked inside the car on any of the 3 occasions that you looked, did you notice that the dome light bulb was missing?
Never paid any attention to it.
Oh,
Did you ever notice the dome light bulb underneath the passenger seat of that car?
sustained.
You looked inside the car, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever see the dome light bulb anywhere in the car other than, let me ask, did you see the dome light bulb for that car? And by the dome light bulb, I mean the interior dome light bulb for that car, anywhere around the floor area of the car?
Wasn't looking for it.
Was your answer no, then you didn't see it?
Wasn't looking for it. I didn't see it. I wasn't looking for it.
It's your job, as you testified earlier, to make some record of the condition of the Bronco, correct?
Correct.
And so if the dome light is missing, dome light bulb is missing from the interior of the car, it would be your job to make a note of that, correct?
Sustained.
If there is some,
Phrase the question.
okay. If there is something missing or unusual about the condition of the car, whether it's exterior or interior, it's your job to notice that. Isn't that correct? And make note of it.
When we make notes of vehicles that are towed in, we make notes of radio, hubcaps, and damage that's on a vehicle. Very rare does anybody pay any attention to a light dome.
How about if the dome light cover is missing as well as the light bulb? Would that be something you take note of?
Overruled.
No,
You wouldn't take note of that?
unless I noticed it.
Overruled.
I have a photograph. I have a photograph I'd like to mark people's spot.
No objection to mark, but I'd like to put you on this date, that photograph, to see. Foundation.
Sidebar with corporate, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Oops, I'm sorry.
Yes?
Ms. Blair.
Okay. So let me ask you a question about, you indicated you did not notice whether the dome light cover and light bulb was missing from the interior of the Bronco when you saw it on June the 15th, correct?
Correct.
And I take it that when you went back to the Bronco on June the 17th with Mr. Vertel and Mr. Jones, you also made no effort to examine the interior of the Bronco to see whether or not the dome light cover and light bulb were missing, correct?
Correct.
Nevertheless, when you opened the car door, no light came on, correct?
Overruled.
I don't know if a light came on or not. I don't know.
Well, you opened that car door 3 different times on June the 15th, is that right?
Correct.
And you do not recall whether or not a light came on when you opened the door?
I don't recall.
Sir, are you aware that this Bronco has no manual control for the interior dome light? So that if you want to make sure it doesn't go on when you open the door, you have to take out the light bulb?
Sustained. Sustained.
Are you aware of how the interior light bulb of the Bronco works, sir?
Never driven a Bronco.
And you made no particular effort to see how this one operated, correct?
Overruled.
No keys.
And you never did have any keys for that Bronco, correct?
As far as I know, there was no keys.
Now, when you saw the Bronco inside the T2 area, that's an enclosed area, correct?
Correct.
That's interior, correct?
Building.
And the first time you went into the Bronco at Vertel's, it was in T3, is that right?
That's correct.
And the second time you went into the Bronco at Vertel's, it was in T2, correct?
Correct.
And the third time that you went to the Bronco was with Mr. Vertel and Mr. Jones inside T2 as well, correct? Or was that the fourth time?
That was the fourth time.
So at least 2 of the 3 times that you went into the Bronco at Vertel's, it was in an inside enclosed area. Isn't that right?
3 of the times, yes. Or 2 of the times.
Yeah. There were 3 times at Vertel's that you went into the Bronco.
Correct.
Actually, you went into the Bronco the first time in T3, correct?
Right.
Excuse me,
That's-
counsel.
that's-
Wait. Mr. Cochran did start off the examination first time print shed, so let's not get our numbers mixed up here.
Right. Okay, when you went into the Bronco in the print shed, you had pulled it outside already, correct?
That's correct.
Right. Now, when you got to Vertel's, you went into it again at T3.
Correct.
And then when you came, and that's when you took the receipts out of the Bronco?
Correct.
And then when you came back from your call, you went back to the Bronco when it was already in T2. Is that right?
That's right.
And at that point, it was your testimony that you went back to the Bronco when it was inside T2 to return the receipts. Is that right?
That's right.
And you had to make sure that you would return the receipts to the same place you took them from, correct?
Correct.
And so you opened the door and you put them back in the side pocket. Is that right?
Correct.
And you don't remember whether or not there was a light that illuminated the interior of the car or not?
Overruled.
I wasn't looking for a light.
You weren't looking for blood either, were you, sir? You were looking for receipts.
Overruled.
The press had stated earlier that there was blood all over this vehicle, and I was curious.
And so you were making a careful inspection for blood.
Overruled.
Me and the other employees that were there.
But you didn't see any of the blood I showed you in the photographs, correct?
No, I didn't see that.
And you're aware that Officer Thompson testified that he saw blood in the Bronco yesterday?
Sustained.
You've been following this trial on television, sir?
I look at it, yes.
And you've been following it since the trial began in January, isn't that right?
Off and on, yes.
And you've seen other witnesses whose testimony has dealt with the appearance of the interior of the Bronco, haven't you?
Not all the time, no.
Some of them?
Some of them.
How about the officer who testified yesterday, Officer Thompson, who saw the interior of the Bronco?
Sustained. Sustained. It's compound.
Did you see the testimony of Officer Thompson, who testified in this courtroom yesterday?
No, I didn't.
Did you see Officer Thompson in this court building yesterday?
Yes.
And did you discuss with him the nature of your testimony?
No.
Did you hear what he had to say about his testimony?
Till after I'd testified.
And after you testified yesterday?
It was on the news.
And you watched it on the news, didn't you?
Basically, it was just a bit. Not all of it, just a bit.
And on the news, it told of how he...
Sustained. I think the jury recollects what was testified to yesterday. Let's move on.
All right, now those two receipts that you talk about, do you recall testifying to the dates of those receipts, sir?
Not the date, the month.
And what was the month
March.
of 1994?
This is true.
For both of them, correct?
Yes.
Now, when was the first time that you met with the defense involved in this case, sir?
The first time?
Yes.
I believe before I was going to come to testify sometime in October.
Yes, and do you recall having a meeting with defense investigators in this case on August 28th?
August 28th?
Yes.
Sure, yes.
And they came to your house, didn't they, sir?
They sure did.
And at that time, you had no attorneys present, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And after you had that meeting with defense investigators in your house, you met with the lawyer for one of the lawyers for the defendant, Mr. Jerry Ullman, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you met with Mr. Ullman in his office, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And at that time, you had two lawyers present for you, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Were these the same lawyers who are present in court today?
Yes.
And at that time, you had begun your lawsuit against Vertels for unlawful termination, correct?
Oral.
Yes.
Now, on August 28th, when you met, at the time you met with the defense investigators, you indicated to us you had no lawyers present, correct?
Correct.
And prior to August 28th, have you ever had a lawyer before?
That's irrelevant.
Sustained.
At the point when you met with Mr. Ullman, no, strike that. Between August 28th and the meeting you had with Mr. Ullman sometime after August 28th, you hired some lawyers, is that correct?
Correct.
You hired 3 lawyers, isn't that right?
3 lawyers? No.
Were
2.
there not? You only hired 2 lawyers?
Yes.
And that was the first time you'd ever hired lawyers, isn't that right?
Sustained.
How did you find those lawyers, sir?
That's irrelevant material.
Sustained.
May I approach? I have an offer.
Sustained.
Did you consult with Mr. Ullman as to who you should bring in as your lawyers in this case?
I don't think I did.
You're not sure?
No. I don't think that was discussed.
You don't recall discussing who you should hire to represent
No,
you?
but we didn't discuss that.
Do you recall discussing that with the defense investigators, sir?
I might have with the investigators discussed it because I didn't have a lawyer. I was on the verge of getting lawyers then.
And the defense in this case helped you to find some lawyers.
Let me see counsel at sidebar with court reporter, please. right, Ms. Clark, you get to ask that one last question, then move on.
Thank you. Retaining attorneys with the defense investigators back in August of the 1994, correct?
Had I discussed this with the attorneys that came over to the house? Are you asking me that or what?
No. I'm asking you, you indicated that your first meeting with the defense in this case was August 28th, 1994, when investigators for the defense went to your house, correct?
Correct.
And when they went to your house, one of the things you discussed is you're hiring lawyers to represent you in your wrongful termination suit against Vertels.
I was trying to get some lawyers.
Right, and they discussed that matter with you, correct?
No, they did not discuss that.
Let me read your testimony back to you, sir. Here's my question to you. I'm reading it from the computer. Do you recall discussing that with the defense investigators, sir? Answer, I might have with the investigators discussed it because I didn't have a lawyer. I was on the verge of getting lawyers then.
That's correct. That's correct.
All right. So you discussed the matter with the defense investigators in this case, correct?
What are we saying?
Yes.
And after that discussion, you hired some lawyers, correct?
After that, yes.
And then you appeared in court to testify at a pretrial hearing in this matter, correct?
Correct.
And at that hearing, you had 3 lawyers in court representing you. Isn't that right?
Well, they're partners.
There were 3 of them.
Yes.
And these are 2 of the 3 in court today here, correct?
Correct.
Now, you did not discuss the subject matter of who to hire to represent you with Mr. Cochran or Mr. Shapiro, did you?
I did not.
I'd like to mark. That's number 5.
32.
32, thank you. Sir, I'm going to show you a photograph. People's 532. Do you recognize what you see there?
See a white Bronco.
Right. Does that look like the same white Bronco that belonged to the defendant that you towed on June the 15th?
It's a white Bronco.
If you can see the license plate, would that help you to identify it?
Yes.
All right, let's zoom in. See the license plate, sir? And may the record reflect the witness has removed the
Yes.
impound sheet to compare the license plate numbers. Are they the same?
Yes.
Does that Bronco appear to be in the same condition as when you saw it on June the 15th and 17th?
Form of that question.
Or will
Now, you're asking me if it's,
Yeah.
if
Does that
it's-
appear to be in the same condition as when you saw it on June the 15th and June the 17th? From what you can see?
Yes,
And you're aware, do you know when this photograph was taken?
I have no idea. It looks like it's some other yard. It's not Vertel's yard.
Have you ever heard of Keystone?
I've heard of them, yes.
Are you aware that this photograph was taken at the Keystone Impound Yard in August of 1994?
I'm not aware of that, no.
All right, so let me ask you something. As an OPG, that's an official police garage, you have a certain responsibility towards the vehicles that you're storing, correct?
Correct.
And one of those responsibilities is to make sure that evidence is not disturbed. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And any car that may have been used in a crime is itself evidence. Isn't that correct?
Overruled.
Correct.
And that means everything inside that car is evidence as well. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And it is your job as an employee for an OPG not to disturb evidence. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And when you remove those receipts from the door of the Bronco, you were tampering with evidence. Isn't that right?
Overruled. Overruled.
Correct.
Now, that T2 area that we discussed earlier, the enclosed area, that's the secure area of the yard, correct?
That's correct.
And by secure, that means that members of the public cannot just walk into it, correct?
Unless they have to go to the bathroom. There's a facility in there. A lot of times, they were let to go in there.
But that means, but first, a member of the public who's going into Vertel's has to go through, has to show their identification at a window. Isn't that right?
A lot of times, a lot of them, they drive in, come in through the side door.
And
If
then
they-
someone has to let them in, though. Don't they log it, sir?
Yes, he's entitled. Wait.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to cut off your answer. What were you saying?
A lot of times, they would honk their horn. If there was an unmarked police car coming in, they would honk. If a driver was coming in, they'd honk their horn to come in. A lot of times, a lot of the public would do the same thing, drive right in.
And where would they drive right into? Into
Into
T2?
T3.
Into-
T3.
All right. I'm
T3 is
not
what I'm
talking about T3.
You're talking about T2. Well,
That's right.
Unless the dispatcher there at the desk, if he knew the individual coming in, he'd open up the door.
Otherwise, he doesn't. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You have to, if he doesn't know you as a member of law enforcement or some other person that he knows to be permitted to go into that area, you have to show identification. Isn't that right?
Sustain. Phrase the question.
Unless someone is a police officer wearing a uniform with a badge, people that walk up to the area of T2 have to show identification to get in. Isn't that right?
A lot of times, yes.
And they have to have authorization to get in. Isn't that right?
You want to rephrase that over again to me, please?
If I walk up to that area that allows for entry into T2, and I just say, I just want to walk in, they're not just going to let me in, are they, Mr. Mraz?
I know.
I have to have a good reason. I have to have some kind of authorization to get in. Isn't that right?
This is true.
Your testimony today that the receipts that you took out of the side door of the Bronco were laundry, dry cleaning receipts?
Well, there were vouchers from a Visa. They weren't laundry. They were evidently they had gone to the cleaners, and this is what they paid on.
And they used a Visa to pay, is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
And so when you actually read these receipts then, didn't you?
Yes.
And it showed that they paid for, that Mr. and Mrs. Simpson paid for dry cleaning using a Visa voucher, a Visa card in March of 1994.
It's correct.
And do you recall the items of clothing that were being cleaned?
One was for a tuxedo, and the other one was for a woman's dress. I assume a woman's dress.
Like a gown?
A dress, yes.
Is there is a laser beam that you cross when you drive into the lot, isn't that true, sir?
Yes, T3.
So any member of the public that drove in through T3 would trip that laser beam, isn't that right?
Yes and no.
How no?
A lot of times they had it off because the gates were open, because they were moving cars. A lot of the people would walk in without triggering out the laser thing coming through there.
Okay. Now, as far as T2 goes, let's point out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do we have a laser light? I'm going to point out an area on this exhibit, sir, where my light is. Isn't that the door that the public would use to walk in to gain admission to T2?
That's the side entrance to Vertel where you go and claim your vehicle.
That's the side entrance. Appears to be the southeast corner of the building.
Yes.
On
Maybe we
Temple
can-
Street.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe we can circle that area and do a printout. All right, sir. Now, you admitted to us today that you stole something from the defendant's car, didn't you?
I didn't steal.
You took those receipts out of the defendant's car, didn't you?
Yes.
Now, you understand, sir, that did anyone give you permission to take those receipts out of the defendant's car?
No.
And taking something without permission is theft, isn't it, sir?
Sustain. Sustain.
Are you aware that taking something without permission is theft?
Sustain. Sustain. Missing a few elements.
Okay. Are you aware, sir, that taking something out of a car without permission and keeping it is theft?
Sustain. Sustain.
Can I get the penal code? What is your understanding of stealing, Mr. Moraz?
It's irrelevant material.
Overruled.
My opinion of stealing?
Yeah, what do you think stealing is?
If I took something that belonged to you and kept it and not returned it, that's stealing.
All right. And that would be a crime, isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, someone, Mr. Moraz, took those credit card receipts out of Mr. Simpson's car, isn't that right, without permission?
Somebody walked out with them without permission.
Answer my question, Mr. Moraz.
Yes.
Someone took...
Yes, hold on. That's not an appropriate way to ask a question. Ask your next question.
My question to you, Mr. Moraz, is you took the credit card receipts out of the side pocket of Mr. Simpson's Bronco on June the 15th. Isn't that correct?
It's true.
And you did that without his permission. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, if, Mr. Moraz, you claim today that you put them back. Isn't that right?
Phrase the question.
You have told us today that you put those credit card receipts back. Isn't that right?
I've always claimed that.
I understand. That is your...
Yes. That's my statement. Yes.
But those credit card receipts never were found again. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And you have never been charged. Now, Mr. Simpson is the victim of that theft. Isn't that right? Isn't
Yes.
he?
Yes.
And you have never been charged with the crime of theft for taking those receipts out of the Bronco, have you?
It's correct.
Sir, is it your understanding that the defendant declined to bring charges against you, so you'd come in here and testify?
All right, I need to talk to counsel at sidebar with that, but I think we'll take our recess at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Let's have it quiet, please. Or allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll stand in recess until 1:15. All right, Mr. Mraz, you may step down. You're ordered to come back. He cited to me
Yes, sir.
27766 through 67. None of those pages address that particular issue.
Yes, I believe it addresses the powdering.
The powdering, yes, but the issue is, does it soak through, and did he find any evidence?
What he's saying there is that all he did find is that it didn't soak through, but that what's there is powder. And then in the other references, he's describing
That's my
it being
point,
powder.
though. The record here that you cited to me doesn't have both parts of this discussion. All you've got is powder references. That doesn't help me.
And
The issue isn't the issue, is there a soak through from one side to the other?
Right, and he says actually
All right.
on the same page where he says powder, on the
But
very
counsel,
next page.
counsel, my point is, I don't have both pieces in front of me. And having to take the time to go through the transcript to
understand.
find both pieces, didn't have time over the lunch hour, because I recollected that testimony as well,
Right,
but I needed to find it,
I appreciate
and
that.
you didn't give it to me.
I apologize.
All right, so give me another half hour to look at it.
Fine.
Okay. All right, let's continue with Mr. Mraz, please. I'm sorry, where's,
We resolved the objection, didn't we? So I can conclude here.
where were we? We were at, I'm sorry, refresh my recollection as to where we were.
There was an objection when I asked if he believed that Mr. Simpson had declined to prosecute and thus protected
right.
him from theft charges. And that was my last question, so.
All right, Mr. Cochran has now joined us.
Yes.
All right, as I indicated, we'll take that objection up when we come back from lunch. We're there now. The objection regarding Ms. Clark's question as to whether or not Mr. Simpson's decision to waive any prosecution of Mr. Mraz should be allowed regarding evidence of bias.
And my question, as I framed it in that regard, was carefully framed, that is to refer to this witness's,
In your own opinion,
in my,
your own humble
artful as
opinion.
far as I'm concerned, was narrowly directed towards the witness's belief as to whether or not Mr. Simpson had declined to prosecute, and that goes to bias. That's what artful is in the eye of the beholder, but that was the intent.
I won't comment on the artful aspect of it, but just the fact that the substance.
Please.
No,
Okay. May I proceed, Your Honor?
yes,
The
please.
substance, Your Honor, just quickly, I think that the prejudicial effect far outweighs any alleged probative value. And if I might just briefly indicate to the court, my understanding of what transpired. First of all, nobody from LAPD ever has talked, for obvious reasons.
This is why I think the word should be excluded.
He's out. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr. Mraz, would you step out, please? Thank you. Mr. Cochran.
Yes, Your Honor. As I understand it, nobody from LAPD has talked with Mr. Simpson, obviously, about any desires he may or may not have vis-a-vis any prosecution of some misdemeanor in this matter. In that regard, I did, in fact, receive several phone calls from Detective Kelly Muldorfer asking me about whether or not we had any interest in this. And as I recall, my indication was, look, we're involved in it was after this matter started trial. I said, we're involved in a rather serious matter. I have no interest in talking about that or pursuing that, and neither does my client at this point have any interest in being concerned about that. He doesn't mean to be occupied by this. And
Almost exactly what you said.
good, well, I always am very credible. So he's given me some statement about this, and let me read what the Muldorfer says I said and see if she's credible. Let's see.
Well, she's on your witness list.
May I have a moment?
Well, I don't.
Yes, she knows that Cochran said something was not cooperative, was pleading for his life in court right now. So the facts, I mean, the essence of what she says is basically correct. I didn't have time really to be bothered with this, Your Honor, and I was talking to her in the evenings after court. But the point was, nobody ever talked to Mr. Simpson. I did, in fact, mention to him and said, look, I don't want to be bothered with that. My interest is in
But
fighting my case.
Isn't the issue, though, whether or not Mr. Mraz is aware of the fact that your client has no interest in pursuing a criminal prosecution of him for the taking of items from his car? And isn't that the issue?
Perhaps, but I'm not sure whether he's aware of that or not. I haven't discussed that with him. But as I said, I talked to Muldorfer, and that's pretty much it, Your Honor.
But it's Mr. Mraz's understanding, not your client's understanding, that's at issue here.
Well, that's probably true. That's probably true. But I think that, again, it's so tenuous, Your Honor, that, and I don't know what the response is going to be. Perhaps we could have an offer, because these questions, there's a question of what's artfully phrased. Perhaps we can have some offer that's going to be regarding this. I think it wastes a lot more time.
All right, I agree that whether or not somebody is going to prosecute somebody or request prosecution for somebody clearly goes to the issue of bias. How do you propose to frame the question?
Thought that I phrased in that manner, we find that. I intended to ask him whether he believed that Mr. Simpson declined to prosecute.
All right, then I'd ask you to rephrase that, since it's not Mr. Simpson who's declined.
Is that, I'm sorry?
I'd ask you to rephrase that, since it's not actually Mr. Simpson who has declined.
I think. All right. You would prefer that I phrase it as Mr. Cochran declined to prosecute? Have I understood the court correctly? That you want me to phrase it as Mr. Cochran declined?
Well, I'd rather not
Well-
phrase it at all.
I understand. No, but I think clearly it goes to the issue of bias. The issue is whether or not Mr. Mraz is aware that the defendant has expressed no interest in pursuing criminal prosecution of it.
And not whether even that's true, not whether he believes that.
That's the issue.
Right.
So you can ask him, are you aware, or do you believe, or is it your understanding that the defendant has expressed no desire to prosecute you?
As opposed to declined to prosecute?
The only problem with that misstates, Your Honor, the conversation with me, they never talked with Mr.
All
Simpson
right,
at all.
that defense that his attorney has expressed no interest in pursuing a criminal prosecution.
As opposed to declined to prosecute?
It's talking about the attorney.
The attorney,
As
that
opposed to
Mr.
Mr.
Cochran,
Simpson. They never talked to Mr. Simpson.
representing that Mr. Cochran has expressed no interest in pursuing the prosecution. All right. And then you're going to wind this up? That's the last question.
The name of the next two witnesses.
I'm sorry, who are the two next witnesses?
I believe it will be Richard Walsh and I think Willie Ford.
I'll take up the rest of the afternoon.
We're leading at 4. I would suspect that although we'll have one other witness too. We can get Muldorfer, or we can get Del St. John. We'll have another witness in case we.
Okay,
Mr. Ford and Detective Muldorfer are in the building.
okay.
I couldn't even say.
They're in the building. Mr. Ford and Ms. Muldorfer, they're on 18.
All right. Let's have the jurors, please.
If there was one other, meant to mark with Mr. Rex, I'd be very brief. But I'm.
You're done.
I am, May I also ask, Your Honor, for leave to address the court on the issue of perhaps holding a 402 with testimony concerning the matter statement this morning? I don't know when the court would like to address that in
Which part?
we have Mr. Sims, Mr. Madison, and Mr. DeForest. Who would actually welcome the opportunity to address the court on their argument and subject matter.
But the issue is really, has an appropriate offer been made, and does the transcript support the relevance of the issue? That's really what I need to decide.
Well, if that doesn't go to the contention similarity issue with the experiments and all the rest of it.
I thought we discussed that already, Counsel. Let's have the jury, please. Seated. Let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's have Mr. Mraz resume the witness stand. Mrs. Robertson, do we have a fresh cup of water? Mr. Mraz, would you come forward, please? All right, good afternoon again, Mr. Mraz.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Mraz, sir, you were reminded you were still under oath. Ms. Clark, you may conclude your cross-examination. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Mraz, we earlier discussed the fact that, discussed the existence of a piece of paper in which you wrote down that you admitted to taking paper out of the defendant's car, and that you also indicated in that statement that you put them back in the car. And you indicated you had no memory of writing such a document or signing it, correct?
Correct.
I have here a document that has been given to counsel some time ago. I'd ask that this document be marked People's Next in order of 533, is it?
533.
Let me show you first, Mr. Mraz, and ask you if you recognize the signature and the handwriting on this document.
I remember. Yes.
Is that your handwriting, sir?
Yes, it
Is
is.
that your signature, sir?
Yes.
You recognize the date of June the 17th, 1994 on this document?
Yes, I do.
And this document was signed by you after you had been shown the signed statements of other employees who stated they saw you showing them the receipts. Isn't that correct?
No, it's not true.
It's not true that you wrote this out after you were shown the signed statements of other employees who said they saw you with the receipts you stole from Mr. Simpson's Bronco,
Sustain.
took
Phrase it.
from Mr. Simpson's Bronco without his permission.
It's not true.
What is your testimony as to when you signed this document, sir?
I signed those documents. They asked me to sign a document on that recall They asked me to sign it to state the fact that I had put the papers back in there. And that's what they wanted from me. It was after they showed me those. I signed those willingly that I had put those papers back.
And it was before you were shown the signed statements of the other employees?
It was,
Back on evidence, he was shown mistakes.
it was after the fact that they had talked to me and discussed everything with me. They wanted me to write that.
And was it after the fact that they confronted you with the fact that other employees had reported seeing you with the receipts you took from the defendant's Bronco without his permission?
I signed that when everything was all done and they had talked to me. I had signed those, and they come up to me. And the reason I signed those papers was because of the fact I had to clear myself up. And that's why I signed that.
And Mr. Mraz, you signed this after you went to the Bronco, looked in the side pocket, and saw that there were no receipts there, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, after everyone saw the receipts that you claim to have put back were not there, correct?
Sustained. Sustained.
Mr. Vertel and Mr. Jones were with you, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And they also, in your company, looked at the side door pocket where you were looking and pointing to them, correct?
It's not correct. There was two of us, not three.
Who was with you?
Bob Jones and myself.
And you pointed to Bob Jones, the area of the side pocket where you claim to have put those receipts, correct?
Correct.
And they were not there, correct?
Correct.
And it was after that point that they confronted you with the statements of other employees at Vertel's who said they saw you with the receipts, correct?
Overruled.
That's not correct.
So
I think
you,
we've established that point now.
okay, then after you were confronted with these statements of other employees, and after you went to the door of the Bronco and saw that the receipts you claimed to have put back were not there, you signed this statement. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, this is 533 on the
Five-
Elmo.
Yes, Your Honor. And it says, I, John J. Mraz, took some paper out of OJ's car and put them back in the car on June 17th, 1994, correct?
Correct.
Sir, is it your understanding that Mr. Cochran, as of April of this year, has expressed no interest in pursuing a prosecution against you for theft?
As far as I know, nobody has.
And is it your belief that Mr. Cochran has declined to pursue any prosecution of you for theft?
Overruled.
I was told that nobody was going to file charges.
And were you also told that Mr. Cochran expressly declined to pursue the prosecution of you for theft?
Overruled.
Again, I was told that they weren't going to file charges on me.
And when you say they, you mean the defense, Mr.
Yes.
Cochran, correct?
Overruled. Yes, that is answer stricken. Phrase the question.
When you say file charges, sir, do you mean they declined to pursue a prosecution of you for theft from the defendant's Bronco? Is that your understanding?
Overruled.
From the way I was told is that they weren't going to file charges on me, is what I was told.
And when you say they, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to Mr. Cochran.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Mraz, a few questions if I might. Let's put that back up for just a second, Mr. Fredlow, please.
This is 533.
533, Your Honor. Thank you very much. With regard to Exhibit 533, is that what you told this jury here today, that you took these papers out of the car and put them back in that car?
Is correct.
Is that what you've been telling and saying all along to everybody who's listening in this case?
To everybody, yes.
And is that the truth?
That's the truth.
When you took the papers from the car, you kept them that day and you put them back in that car that same day, is that right?
This is true.
And so you didn't permanently deprive the owner of those particular papers, is that correct?
Overruled.
That's true.
You put them back, right?
Put them back, assuming that they were still there.
All right, and then you didn't find them later, is that
Didn't
right?
find them later.
Now, you remember Miss Clark was asking you some questions from a transcript, and you said that she was confused in her answer. Do you recall that? she read a transcript of a conversation with Mr. Hodgman. Remember that?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I want to read what she read, and I want to read where she stopped, all right? Am I,
Okay.
Your Honor? Counsel knows
What
where this
page?
is. This is page 5389, Your Honor, beginning at line 7. I want to read it all the way through to clear it up, if I might. Question.
Sustained. Jurors to disregard.
Question. Proceed.
Proceed.
Question. And once again, on that date, you were asked by Mr. Vertel this time if you'd removed any items from the Ford Bronco. Is that correct? Answer, that's correct. Question. And at first, you denied taking anything out of the Ford Bronco. Isn't that right? Answer, that is not true. That's the same thing you told us here. Isn't that correct?
That's true.
All right. Question. At first, you denied taking anything from the Ford Bronco. Did you not? Answer, at first, yes. Question. So at first, you lied again, this time to Mr. Vertel and to Mr. Jones. Isn't that correct? Answer. I don't quite follow you on that statement, what you were saying. You were saying two things. I denied it to Bob the day that I was in there. I did not deny it to Vertel. You so testify?
That's my statement, yes.
And that's what you told this jury also, isn't it?
This is true.
Question. Isn't it a fact, Mr. Mraz, that you only admitted taking those items after you were shown some written statements from other employees at Vertel's? Answer, that's not true. You so testify?
True, that's true.
And that's the same thing you told this jury here, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Did you? Thank you.
Please.
Some exhibits. Now, I want to ask you a few other questions, if I might, Mr. Mraz. With regard to this Bronco vehicle that you towed there, when you arrived at Vertel's on June 15, sometime after 11 o'clock in the morning of that date, did you ever see any other Vertel employees in and around the Bronco vehicle after you arrived there?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Compound.
When you got to Vertel's, did you see any other Vertel employees there?
Well, I pulled into the yard. They were waiting for me out there in the yard.
All right, and how many were waiting for you?
10 employees.
All right. Now, with regard to these 10 employees, did you see whether or not any of them ever looked inside that Bronco?
Overruled.
Well, the door was open. The driver's side of the door was open, so they all had access to see what was in the Bronco.
All right. And
Strike down response.
Overruled.
and did you ever observe whether or not any of them looked inside the Bronco?
There's so much commotion going on because everybody was so enthused of looking at the Bronco.
All right. And why were they enthused of looking at the Bronco?
Being because it was OJ Simpson's car and the way the media press had put it out to be like.
And what did the media press put it out to be?
Said it had all kinds of blood inside the car and they were all looking for blood.
And did you see any blood on that occasion?
Objection, answer.
Overruled.
I didn't see any blood at all.
All right. Now I'm going to show you this photograph, which counsel showed you, 529. On Illinois, on actually specifically regarding this photograph. Move that in. Now, Mr. Clark asked you some questions about this particular photograph, Exhibit 529. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And looking at that photograph, you described that you saw some spots on the inside of that door of that vehicle, right?
Yes.
Now, on the date when you were inside that vehicle on June 15th, on these 3 occasions, did you ever see those spots that are depicted in 523 there inside that vehicle?
Overruled.
Did you ever see those spots in that vehicle at that time?
No, I did not.
You have, now, Mrs. Clark intimated you have some problems with your sight. Do you have any problems seeing those spots there?
No, no, I don't.
And she also indicated you were colorblind. Are you colorblind?
No, I don't think so.
And when you referred to that marker as being pink, did that appear pink to you?
The,
Arrow?
the arrow?
I think she used marker here. But
Arrow.
the arrow
Yes,
appeared pink to you?
yes,
And you could tell the difference between pink and green, could you not?
yes. The round things were green.
And the arrow that you see up on the screen now?
It was pink.
All right. Now I want to ask you specifically, you were asked some other questions about some marks on the door. I want to place on the elbow of your Honor, 528A. You can move that back. Can you see that?
Yes,
Apparently see so like some dark powder in and around the driver's door of the Bronco.
yes.
When you picked that Bronco up from the print shed on June 15th, 1994, somewhere around 11 o'clock or thereabouts on that date, do you recall seeing the door of the Bronco in that condition where you saw any black print powder or brown or dark gray print powder on the vehicle?
No, I didn't.
Now, you said you'd worked for Vertels for some 25 years,
That's correct.
and have you seen print powder on cars before?
A lot of times.
And you know what print powder looks like?
Yes,
Now, the representation was this picture was taken, I think she said, on June 14th. So you didn't see the car on the 14th, did you?
no, I didn't see it on the 14th.
You saw it on the 15th.
That's correct.
All right. Did the side door of that car appear that way on the 15th when you picked it up, as you recall? Your honest opinion.
My honest opinion, that I can recall, I did not see that.
Now, she asked you some questions also about dome lights and things. Do you recall any looking or seeing any dome lights in that car at all?
I wasn't looking for,
Do you recall when you opened the Bronco whether or not there are lights down near the running board or the floorboard of the car? Do you recall that?
I can't really recall if the light was on or if the light was off, or if there was a light bulb. I can't honestly say that there was,
I'm sorry. Is
that
that
there
something you
was,
weren't
or
paying attention to?
I wasn't paying attention to it.
And you did not drive that vehicle, did you?
No keys.
All right, now, she also asked you a question about looking at the console. On any of the 3 occasions that you stepped inside that particular vehicle, did you ever look at the console over to the right of the driver's compartment and look at the console?
Briefly, just a
right.
glance.
And when you glanced over to the right at the console, did you ever see any blood at that time?
I'd have seen the blood.
Did you see any blood?
No, I didn't.
And Mr. Meraz, you were actually looking for blood, isn't that correct?
This is correct.
And you knew what blood looked like before June 15th of 1994, isn't that correct?
Yes,
You also pointed out to us that the floor mat was missing, isn't that correct?
that's correct.
There any doubt in your mind at all that when you looked inside that vehicle on those 3 occasions, that you did not see any blood inside that vehicle?
I didn't see any blood. I'd have known.
Now, you were asked some questions about your lawyers. You understand you have an absolute constitutional right in this country still to have lawyers?
It's true.
Now, Ms. Clark asked you some questions about these fine lawyers who are here. Who referred these lawyers or these lawyers to you? Tell the jury.
My fiance worked with another woman at her place, and she got them through her, and that's how I got them.
Did anybody from the defense, Mr. Shapiro, myself, Mr. Scheck, Mr. Neufeld, Mr. Blazer, Mr. Douglas, did any of us ever at any time refer you to a lawyer?
No, not at no time.
All right, these lawyers came through your fiance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And why did you get lawyers at that time?
I was being hammered very hard by the press because of I towing the Bronco, and they made me look out to be like a monster, that I ransacked the car and I did this. I never did it.
So you got a lawyer? Or lawyers?
Yes, to protect myself.
Is that what lawyers are supposed to do?
That's what lawyers are supposed to do.
Did you ransack the inside of the Bronco?
No. No.
You took 2 vouchers, is that correct?
2 vouchers.
And you returned those vouchers?
I returned those vouchers back.
When was the last time you saw those vouchers?
Last time I seen them was the 15th of June at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon when I put them back in there. I've never seen them since.
You know who took them?
No, I don't. I wish I did.
You didn't take them.
No.
You tried to profit from your knowledge of this case by selling your story to programs like Hard Copy or Current Affair?
No, I haven't.
You've not done that?
No, I haven't.
Not writing a book, are you?
No. No.
You're maintaining a lawsuit, try to get your job back or to get some compensation?
Yes, this is true. It's true.
Have you told this jury the truth about what happened on June 15th of 1994?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any axe to grind in this case, one way or the other?
No.
You think testifying in this case is going to help you get your job back with Vertels?
You don't think that, do you?
I doubt that very much.
And you are here pursuant to a search warrant. Strike that. You're here pursuant to... You are here pursuant to a subpoena to testify, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
We never issued a search warrant for you, do we? Issued a subpoena for you, is that right?
That's right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not-
Thank you, Counsel.
People's 528?
No. People's 528, Your Honor. When I showed you this photograph on cross-examination just a short time ago, Mr. Mraz, you conceded that that looked like print dust on the door, correct?
From where I am, yes.
Well,
Looking at the picture, yes.
let's zoom in. Does that help you, sir?
It helped me before.
And does it help you now? Does that look like print?
Overruled.
Does that look like print dust to you?
Yes, it does.
Back out. And when I cross-examined you earlier this morning, sir, you conceded that this was the print shack where you recovered the Bronco from on June the 15th, correct?
Well, it very well could be the print shed.
Or would you like to change that testimony now, sir?
No, I
to
wouldn't.
indicate you're unsure?
So it is. Rephrase the question.
When you answered the question earlier this morning, you told us that that was the print shack from which you recovered the Bronco on June the 15th, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Do you want to change that testimony now, sir?
I don't want to change anything.
That is the print shack from which you recovered the Bronco then on June the 15th, isn't it, sir?
I'm saying now it looks like it.
You're saying now it looks like it. You're unwilling now to say that it is.
Could well be the print shed.
So, Mr. Mraz, are you going to change your testimony from this morning and say could well be? Or are you going to stick with the testimony you gave us this morning and say it is?
It is. Rephrase the question.
Does that look like the print shack, sir, from which you recovered the Bronco on June the 15th?
It could well be the print shed.
How many times have you been in that print shack over the years that you've worked at Vertel's?
Several times.
Several?
Yes.
You've been there 20 years?
Yes.
How many times per week did you go to that print shack?
It would vary. Sometimes I wouldn't go. Sometimes
Give us an
I would.
average.
An average? Could well be 4 or 5 times a year.
4 or 5 times a year you
Yes.
go to the print shack?
Yes.
You are an official police garage?
Sustained.
You're an official police garage, are you not, Vertel's?
At least when I was there, yes.
Yes. And official police garages recover cars and vehicles from that print shack on a fairly regular basis, don't they, sir?
Not true.
You would only go there 4 or 5 times a year?
Myself.
Yourself. All right, let's assume that's true. 4 or 5 times a year for 20 years.
Sustained. It is.
That's also beyond the scope of.
It is not. It's not. So speak.
5 times a year for 20 years. Correct? So you've been to that print shack at least 100 times, isn't that right?
I assume the fact that it's
Overruled.
there 20 years ago.
Overruled.
Well, 20 years ago,
This is the problem with speaking objections, Your Honor.
It is. Proceed.
Has Mr. Cochran now informed you how you should answer the question, sir?
Object, that's how you made it.
Sustained.
Would it be fair to say that you've been in that print shack about 100 times, Mr. Mraz?
I couldn't give you a count. I'm just giving you a number per year.
And would it be fair to say that all told, you've been in that print shack over 100 times?
First of all, I don't know when it existed there.
Can you answer the question?
Repeat it again, please.
During the time you've been employed at Vertel's, would it be fair to say that over the entire time you've been employed there, you've been in that print shack at least 100 times?
For me to say over 100 times, I can't honestly say that because I really don't know.
How about 80, Mr. Mraz?
I can't give you a number because I really don't know. And I'm being honest with you.
Was June the 15th the last time you were in the print shack?
That was the last time, yes.
It was certainly not the first.
That wasn't the first, no.
And that looks like the print shack that's in this photograph, doesn't it, sir?
It could well be, yes.
And the dust and the dirt that you saw on the driver's side door looks like print dust, doesn't it, sir?
It looks like it, yes.
And when you were confronted with this photograph and during cross-examination this morning, you admitted that you were wrong when you testified earlier that you did not see print dust on the door of the Bronco.
Ms. Stacy, evidence, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Proper.
Do you recall that?
I recall that, yes.
Do you wish to change that too now, sir?
I wish not to change anything.
Do you admit now that still that you were wrong about not seeing print dust on the door of the Bronco?
Sustained. Let's move on.
Okay, one moment, Your Honor. You know someone by the name of Mark Lasky?
Excuse me?
You know someone by the name of Mark Lasky?
Not Lasky, no.
Limousine driver, Mr. Mraz.
I don't know a limousine driver.
You don't know any limousine drivers?
No.
It is.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
With regard to this photograph counsel is asking you about, that photograph was allegedly taken on the 14th of June. You didn't see that white Bronco on the 14th, is that correct? You didn't see the white Bronco on June 14th, 1994, did you?
No, I didn't see it on the 14th.
You
no.
saw it on the 15th, is that correct?
That's correct.
All you can tell Ms. Clark and this jury is how it appeared to you on June 15th, is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to this garage being an OPG, are there other drivers? Vertil's have other drivers who also came to the print shed, not shack?
Through the years, yes.
All right. And with regard to that, you weren't the only one who went there, is that correct?
This is true.
All right, I have nothing further.
Ms. Clark. All right, Mr. Mraz, thank you very much, sir. You're excused. Next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You have your next witness en route. What was Mr. Walsh's first name? Mr. Cochran?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Walsh's first name?
Richard Walsh, Your Honor.
Richard.
Thank you. Right down now.
And is Mr. Walsh your witness, Mr. Cochran?
Yes, Your Honor. He was outside. Apparently went back upstairs, so it's way down.
Sure. Sure.
this particular exercise video?
Yes, for several months prior to that.
And you were doing this for what entity of what company?
Playboy was the producers and the backers.
All right, and they asked you to help with this, is that correct?
Correct. They saw me on July 4th of 1993. I had a cable exercise TV show, and they happened to see me and had me in and talked about the idea and the concept, and they hired me. Then we actually made the contract in early 1994.
All right, and is that your occupation as a fitness expert?
Not a fitness expert.
And
I'm a
you are?
fitness instructor. In my
Fitness
opinion, an expert is somebody who is an MD or a PhD in the exercise field. And I happen to just be a fitness instructor. I've been doing that for 16 years. I've done a number of video projects, TV shows, and so forth. But on the video projects and TV shows that I'm involved with, we always make sure we hire an expert who is either an MD or PhD, and he critiques every move I do and every word I say, and those are the experts.
All right. Now, so that when you met with OJ Simpson regarding this particular project, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you become aware in meeting with Mr. Simpson of any physical limitations that he had?
Quite a few.
What
Quite a
did you
few.
become aware of?
Well,
Foundation.
In the course of your meeting with Mr. OJ Simpson, did you have occasion to talk with him about any physical limitations that he had? He answered that yes or no?
yes.
And did you have occasion, in writing this video, did you have to write it in such a way that there were things to be performed that he could do in that video?
Sustain. Phrase the question.
Sir, in writing the video, did you have to take into account Mr. OJ Simpson's physical limitations, if any?
Did I have to, or
Yes.
did I?
Did you?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Well, when we began, first time I met him, we discussed his situation, his injuries.
It is sustain. Ask another question.
Certainly. When you first met him, did you have occasion to learn about some injuries that he had?
Yes.
Well, he can answer that yes or no.
Overruled.
Thank you. So you learned about some injuries that he had, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were these injuries that he had, were they restricted to any particular part of his body? You answer that yes or no.
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what you observed regarding Mr. Simpson's body and/or injuries?
Objection. He's not an expert.
Overruled.
You may answer.
Excuse me. Well, he was sitting when I met him, and then he was a little concerned about the type of.
Sustain. It is.
You describe for us the injuries that you became aware of.
Overruled. You can answer the question. What kind of injuries did you become aware of?
His knee, his hand, shoulder. Can I keep going?
Yes?
Yes.
He talked about sore lower back.
Wait.
Can I keep going?
What did you personally become aware of through your own observations?
Well, initially he was sitting, and so when.
Well, I assume this relationship went on through making the video.
Well, I thought we were talking about the first time.
No.
Okay.
No.
No, you can kind of save some time and tell us all the things you became aware of.
Okay, I became aware eventually of his knee, his back, his lower back in particular, his shoulder. He also spoke of some ankle problems.
Sustain. Answer stricken.
Which portion, the last part?
Ankle.
Okay.
But it's in the other record from Dr. Heising.
Sure. At any point, did you ever notice any other parts that you actually noticed of his body?
When he stuck out his hand to shake hands.
Or what'd you notice about that?
His hand was looked like it was half closed.
Did you find that unusual?
I thought it was unusual.
All right. Now, after you had this initial contact over a period of time with Mr. Simpson, did you have any doubt as to whether or not he was the right candidate for this video?
Overruled.
Was there any question in your mind about whether O.J. Simpson was the candidate for this, the proper candidate?
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
And what were your doubts, sir, if any?
I thought he was too physically limited to be the co-host with me,
And why did you think that?
because I knew the type of tape that I was making needed, not somebody real physically fit, but it needed someone who had the ability to at least be mobile laterally, forward and back, using upper body muscle groups and so forth.
Did you notice anything about Mr. Simpson's ability to move laterally or from side to side?
It was pretty limited.
Now, At some point, despite your reservations about Mr. Simpson's abilities here, did you proceed with the project with him?
Yes, we did.
And this particular video that we've seen or seen parts of, that was shot during the month of May of 1994?
Correct. The actual shooting day of most of the video that you've seen has been on May 27th of, May 25th, 1994. We tried to shoot the exercise segment in one day.
All right, and was any particular reason why you tried to shoot the exercise segment in one day?
Yes.
And why was that?
Oh, well, you can answer.
We tried to shoot in one day because through the course of preparing for the video, we didn't know if he would make it, and two, if he did make it, would he be available to work the next day? Can I continue on about rehearsals? No.
Next
All
question.
right. So you had this concern, so you tried to do it all in one day?
Yes.
All right. Did you want to prescribe any kind of rehearsals so that you'd have a track practice day one day and then do it the next day?
I had rehearsal schedules for the group behind me. There were 4 people behind OJ and I, and then rehearsal schedules, OJ and I got together once or twice.
Okay. Now, did OJ ever come dressed and participate in any rehearsals regarding this video?
No.
And did you ascertain why not?
Yes.
Why?
Objection, you're saying.
Sustain.
Well, let me ask it this way. Did you ever request Mr. Simpson to come for a dress rehearsal, as it were?
Did I just...
Ask him to do it?
No, I just assumed that he would show up
All right.
ready to exercise.
And did he show up?
He showed up.
All right. When he showed up, how was he dressed?
Street clothes.
Did you have a conversation with him
Yes,
as to
I
why
did.
he was in street clothes?
Yes, I did.
You did? And did the subject matter of that concern his physical limitations, if any?
Sustain.
All right. Describe for this jury what you saw when you saw OJ show up for the dress rehearsal.
What I saw or
Yes,
what I
what
said?
you saw and what you observed.
I saw him dressed in street clothes.
All right. And what'd you say?
I asked,
Sustain.
So did you have a conversation with OJ Simpson at that point?
yes.
And in relation to May 25th, when was this dress rehearsal?
I may be wrong, but I think it was May 24th, the day before.
All right. And at any rate, did Mr. Simpson participate in the dress rehearsal on May 24th or whatever day it was?
Not really.
All right.
He
What did he do? if
he
anything?
watched a little bit. He tried on the clothes that he was going to wear the next day. He kind of moved a little bit, but that was about it. I mean, almost the point of not really,
All right.
hardly at all.
Now, on May 25th or thereabouts, did you then come back and assemble the group to shoot the particular video?
That was the first day of shooting.
All right. And with regard to that, do you do something unusual before you start a workout and before you're going to be on camera? You do something unusual for yourself?
You're letting out all my secrets here. Yes, I do.
Well, if you can tell us, and I guess everybody will know soon, what do you do before you start?
Objection, Your Honor. It's irrelevant.
It's relevant. Yeah, I'll link it up.
You can answer the question.
Usually when I'm about to do a video project or a TV project, and the outfit usually is a tank top or a leotard of some type. If you've ever been on a TV set or a video set or movie set, there's these big lights and there's these reflector boards. And holding these reflector boards and lights down are big sandbags. And I always walk over the sandbags right before about to shoot. And I grab a couple of them and I start lifting like this. And it gives you kind of a false size of your arms. It makes the arms a little bit bigger, makes the veins come out. So when we go on the set and begin filming, you look a little bit, as the word would be, pumped up.
All right. So when you were making a motion with your hands, as though you were doing curls with these bags?
Right, I was doing curls with the sandbags.
All right. And while you were doing curls on this particular date of May 25th, did O.J. Simpson come over to where you were?
Yes, he did.
And describe what you observed at that point.
Well, he first asked what I was doing, and I told him, this is a secret. You don't tell anybody this. This is my own secret. And so he grabbed a couple of the bags, and I told him about how it makes the arms look bigger. And he was standing with no back support. And I was doing curls, and, I'm not a strong man, but the bags probably weighed anywhere from 20 to 30 pounds. And I was doing a good amount of repetitions, and he's put it in his hand, and much to my surprise, he couldn't even lift it. He couldn't do one bicep curl.
And how many curls were you doing with these? You talked about reps. Reps stand for repetitions.
Repetitions, correct.
And how many of the?
Mr. Walsh, if you would you allow Mr. Cochran to finish asking you the question before you start to answer? The reason is the court reporter tries to take down the testimony, it can only take one person at a time. All right, so take a breath, let him finish answering the question. That way we don't have to do too many reps.
And I'm sure she can see from the videotape
Yes.
that I am a
Yes.
man of many words.
Yes, proceed.
With regard to these reps, how many of these reps did you do, sir?
Probably about 20.
And how many did you see OJ Simpson do, if any?
I didn't see him do any. He got about halfway up, and then he needed a little assistance. So.
All right. Now, in the course of your preparing or shooting the video that day, did you ever have occasion to either touch or bump into Mr. Simpson at all?
There was one situation, it was at a break, whether they're relighting or redoing cameras or whatever it was, and they asked us to stay on the floor, stay in our spots, because as you saw the videotape, each person has a spot. And
Yeah, he's responding, seems to me. You can please answer.
Proceed.
You may proceed, sir.
okay, so everybody has a spot, and so you kind of stay right there, and all of a sudden I looked at OJ, and he was kind of coming at me like he was carrying a football. Kind of like this, but just kind of moving slow. And as he got near me, I just kind of took my elbow like a football player would and kind of hit him, but very, very lightly.
And when you struck his body at that point?
Like his elbow or shoulder or arm or something like that.
Did you see his reaction when that happened?
He started literally flying. I mean, not flying in the air, but he started jumping around and hobbling, and he started screaming, my knee.
Overruled. Proceed.
So he started.
Wait. Next question. This is not a narrative. This is question and answer. Ask the next question.
All right. At that point, this happened during a break on the set that day. Is that correct?
Not necessarily a break, just in between shots, in between takes.
All right. And did he, as you observed, Mr. Simpson, did he seem to be kidding at that point with you?
I think he was kidding.
Overruled.
Seemed to be kidding with you at that point?
He was kidding up to that point, and then as I gave him a little elbow bump, he was no longer kidding.
All right. Now, with regard to this video, we saw some video here in court over the course of the last couple of days. And were there times between the video when there were breaks while you reset up and started over various things?
Yes.
And do you recall what, if anything, Mr. Simpson would do during these breaks, during the times when the camera wasn't on? Do you recall, was there a chair for him or anything of that nature?
Towards the end, there was a chair for him.
Okay, describe that for the court and jury, what you observed.
Well, towards the end, when the chair came out, it was after one situation.
All right. Look, we'll get back to that situation. Tell us about the chair.
Okay, when the chair came out, we kind of were on a set. Might have been lifted, I don't know, 12, 14 inches off the ground. It was a hardwood floor, so gives you the feeling of being inside a gym or inside a fitness studio. And when we would take a break toward the end of the day, because it was somewhere around a 12 or 14, maybe even 15-hour day of doing this, they would put a chair right up there so he wouldn't even have to walk down, and they'd slap some ice bags on him.
And where would ice bags?
Ice bags.
And where would these ice bags be placed?
Definitely the knee. And I think I even saw one from time to time on the shoulder.
You recall seeing that?
Yes, definitely the knee, and I think they had one that they were even rubbing on his shoulder, his arm or something.
And this would be between the shots.
This would be, right, as we would do things a run through. And as you saw in the video, anytime it came to a push-ups, we did 3 rounds. And so when you got to the push-ups, that was end of round 1. And you do round 1 2 or 3 or 4 times. And when you work with me, you do it as many times as you possibly can, because we'd shoot it with 3 cameras. And I think might even used a 4th camera in some shots. And the more footage you have, it makes editing a little more difficult, but gives you an opportunity to have better production, better quality video in case you missed a shot.
And that's when you get down to the finished product. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, during the course of this day that you've described, where you're trying to shoot all in one day, was there a period of time when you could not do anything for an hour or 2 period of time?
We had one problem. I'd rather not get into that, the actual nature of the problem. But there was a situation where we had to take about a 2-hour break.
All right. And during that 2-hour break, was there a problem with Mr. Simpson?
Yeah, he had mentioned.
Sustained.
Well, with regard to Mr. Simpson's physical abilities, did you notice any difference in him after a 2-hour cool down period of time? You tell us about that. You can answer that.
He had mentioned that if,
Sustain.
All right, you have to tell us what you observed.
okay, I observed as we began, he could hardly function.
Now, you're talking about after the 2-hour period of time?
Correct.
All right. Describe for us the difference between when you stopped and when you started some 2 hours later. Your own words.
I know what it was, but do you want me to, just to say what it was? Or
Just tell us what it was.
Okay.
Rephrase the question, Counsel.
All right. Would you describe for us in your own words what you observed with Mr. Simpson after he started
Okay.
up after this 2 hours?
In the beginning, prior to the 2 hours, he was a little bit more mobile. You know, not near as mobile as, you know, like a lot of the people who are in the video. But after the 2-hour break, he was very, very tight.
And how did this tightness manifest itself, if you can describe that for us?
Overruled.
Sometimes when muscles are warm and loose when you're exercising and you sit for a while, like sometimes even if you get off an airplane or out of your car after a long ride and you get out, you're very stiff and you're very tight. And that was what I observed.
All right. Now, you didn't see Mr. Simpson the day after he shot this video, did you? The day after the 26th of May? Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you see him? Did you notice anything about how you appeared on that date?
I didn't spend a lot of time speaking with him that day.
All right. Now, at the end of the day, at the end of the time you finished this particular shoot, can you describe for us again your observations of him and his appearance at that time and how he appeared to you?
Yeah, relieved. I mean, he's exhausted and relieved. I think everybody was pretty tired at the end of that day.
All right. Now, with regard to this video, you, of course, have seen the finished product that was merchandised. Is that correct?
I have seen the finished product.
Okay.
Right.
And there were also some rough cuts or some so-called outtakes. Is that correct? And in that connection, I'd like you, prior to your coming to the stand today, I ask you to show us or to look at a particular portion of the video, which I don't think we've seen thus far. I don't want to spend much time for the jury, but is there a particular portion where you're doing some stretching exercises?
Correct.
And does this stretching exercises show Mr. Simpson attempting to stretch?
Correct.
And I'm going to ask now, Your Honor, I think I'm going to find this in Mark. This is part of the Exhibit 124, I believe, Your Honor. 124.
As will I.
It's Exhibit number 521.
Proceed.
And is this queued up, Mr. Harris? All right, I'm going to ask you and the jury to take a look at a particular portion of Exhibit 521, which is one of the people's exhibits. And I'm going to ask you some questions about it.
No, it's with the sound.
Just like it was when Mr. Culver played here.
With the sound. Proceed.
Yeah, this is how I kind of do it. Good, let's hold it right here. Now, we're just gonna take the shoulder up in the air.
We're just doing some stretching for lower back and lats and a warm-up.
Stretch, just put it in holding it. Let's bring it back center. We're just gonna open up this inner thigh area.
All right,
When
wait a
we
minute.
warm up, we wanna warm up the
15,
entire
50.
joint in all planes and directions. Let's bring it back center. We're gonna take the other shoulder up in the air.
I think you'd be amazed if you just did this every morning, how much better you'll feel.
I agree. Let's go back center and open up the other inner thigh. You don't have to be low here. Just bring this knee forward and keep your spine parallel to the floor. You keep it way up here. Okay, let's roll this up. Now the calf. Now we talked about those calves before. Before we get going on aerobic activity of any type, running, jogging, or walking, we want to be loose there. Let's bring her down to what I call the OJ stance right here. All we're doing on an OJ stance is dropping this hip a little bit. Open up that hip flexor. You don't have to be low again. Okay, let's bring a change. We're going to go to the hamstring right here. We're just going to take the toe up.
Here it is, I think.
I have a problem with that because of my knees.
Okay,
so
let's
does this
bring the
work?
arm up here.
Can you stop it there? All right, now what if anything happened when he tried to do this particular exercise we're demonstrating now?
He has an inability to stretch in this position. What we're doing is extending as you can see from the people behind him, we're extending the left hamstring with the heel on the floor and the toe up as we prepare to the activity so we can loosen the hamstring, loosen lower back, and avoid pulled muscles. He cannot seem to bend either the left or right knee. And in part of writing this, I used some of his injuries and wrote alternative ways of working out. If you think about the people in the world, everybody may have a shoulder problem, an elbow problem, a knee problem. That doesn't exclude them from exercising. There should be alternative ways of exercising. That's something I tried to bring to the forefront in this video.
All right, so you were aware of these limitations and tried to write that into it. Is that correct?
Right. This was a hamstring stretch from a standing position that we're going to put him in.
All right, Your Honor, so the record is clear, we're at 15:51:43 at this point. We've stopped it. And
Yes.
you tell us how much further this should go, this goes on, this
Okay.
particular stretch aspect.
Do you mind if I let it go for like an hour?
Huh? Well, no, maybe I don't think the judge and the jury would like that, so we'll go just as long as it's relevant.
All right.
All right, we'll proceed on.
Just straighten this leg and pull her back.
Okay.
That's real good. That's all you have to do. Good, let's bring her down.
Now, can
We're
I
gonna
stop
go
right there?
push.
There's a lady who seems to be in very good shape right behind Mr. Simpson. Is she doing it the way you'd want a particular participant to do it in?
She's doing it the correct way.
Okay, and then you have to characterize that with the way Mr. Simpson is doing it?
Right.
All right, may continue on.
Tight abdominals, tight.
I think that's the end of the
That aspect
stretching
of it?
portion. Yeah,
All
we're
right.
going to push-ups here. Looks.
Now, there are, I presume, other stretching scenes which are pretty illustrative of what we just saw. Is that right?
I believe so.
And would further indicate the problems that he was having on that date?
I believe so.
All right, well, I don't want to bore the jury, so I'm going to skip down to something else. Is that all right with you?
It's fine with me.
Okay, all right with you, Your Honor?
Perfect.
I knew you'd say that. I want to now, in addition to this video, and we've seen a lot of this particular video in the aerobics part of it, was there also a part where Mr. Simpson sits behind a desk and talks about kind of sedentary exercises and things like that?
Right. There's a scene from an office, a simulated office, where part of the tape, the first half hour of the tape, or 30 minutes, whatever it was aerobic activity, and the second half hour of the tape was little segments of things you can do to stay loose or physically fit a little bit while you're in the office or on an airplane or in a hotel room or so forth.
And then we're going to ask Mr. Harris to cue up, first of all, I think, the airplane scene, Your Honor. And I'm not sure, Your Honor, this has been marked here. This is not marked, so I'd like to mark this as the defendant's next in order, if the court pleases.
All right, is this the commercial video itself?
I think this is part of the commercial video. Commercial video, yes, Your Honor. The next two will be, Your Honor.
All right.
It'll be 1255.
Well,
We'll make this 1255. All right. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at 1255, this particular portion of the video, and tell us what's taking place.
Okay.
Harris?
Of experience. An example of a day I had not long ago is that I started the day in New York. I had to be in Chicago for a breakfast meeting and a little talk. I had to go to Denver to interview a player. I had to go to Dallas to interview a couple of his former teammates, and I was back in New York by midnight. Now, that's an extreme example, but normally I'm on a plane 3 or 4 times a week. So an airplane in many cases is like my home away from home, and this seat quite often is my office away from my office. Now, over the years, I've had plenty of opportunity to develop some tips about airplane travel. One, and probably most importantly, is you should drink 6 or 8 ounces of water for every hour you're in the air. This will cut down on dehydration, which is one of the major causes of jet lag. Now, occasionally I'll have a beer on the plane, but I try to stay away from hard liquor or caffeine drinks because they also tend to dehydrate me. You go easy on those free peanuts because they're loaded with fat. When I can, I'll order a special meal in advance, usually a vegetable plate or fruit or low cholesterol. When I have a long flight and know that I'm going to be arriving in some town late, I try to plan ahead, try to map out my schedule so I don't eat too late and go to bed on a full stomach. Now, if you can't, book an aisle seat. That'll give you more room, it's easier access to get up and walk around. And try not to cross your legs, because that can restrict circulation. Now, there's a lot of exercises that you can do on an airplane and in an airplane seat, which is similar to the ones you saw us do in the office. Now, let's start with a simple one, the neck rotation. Very simple. Don't disturb anyone, just get it going. Get those shoulders going, a little shoulder rotation, back and forth. Try to get that blood circulation going. You can stretch a little bit, stretch the upper body by reaching for a leg. You know, reaching for the air, that's not too bad. Here's one that's really kind of funny. It's called the buttock squeeze. I'm not gonna really show it to you, but if you sit behind a guy and you see his head doing that, you can bet he's doing the buttock squeeze. And then the leg stretch. For me, this is the most important. My legs really get stiff. Just take both feet and put it underneath the seat in front of you. Try to stay constant. You don't want to disturb the person there. It's like isometrics. Just get that blood going. Then there's a heel roll. Put your feet flat on the ground. This is for that Achilles. You know, oh, that shoe back there. Just get that heel going, pose up. Now, keep in mind, the longer you're on a flight, the more often you should get up to avoid stiffness and help circulation and just energize your body. Now, Richard is going to show you some of the exercises you can do if you find the opportunity to stand on an airplane.
Okay, Richard, who's he talking about?
Me.
All right. And then you then proceed to do some exercises where you're standing.
Correct.
Is that correct? On the plane.
Correct.
All right. And did you write the portion that Mr. Simpson gave there also?
I wrote the exercises.
Wrote the exercises? And when you talked to Mr. Simpson about his participation in the video, did he want to participate in this kind of video as opposed to the aerobics kind?
Objection.
Sustain.
We can't answer that. All right. Now, there was still a further one, and Mr. Bennett. He's going to try to get the last signature. With regard to what you mentioned earlier, there was a scene in a simulated office. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is depicted in this scene at the simulated office, if you recall?
I recall he did a bunch of exercises that you can do. Most of them are from stretching positions that you could do if you were in a coat and tie in the office where you wouldn't really perspire a lot. And sometimes sitting for extended periods of time, again, makes you feel tired and groggy. And if you implement a few of these exercises when you're in your office, you tend to be a little bit more awake and have a little bit more life about you.
And did you write this also?
The exercise again.
All right, the exercise you did. And with regard to that, if Mr. Harris can get to it shortly, how long is that aspect? How long is that one?
That one, if I remember, I think that might have been the longest of them all. Might have been like 4 minutes.
About 4 minutes?
About 4 minutes.
All right. Now, with regard to other anecdotal information, did you have any other particular anecdotes or any other things that occurred during the course of this day with Mr. Simpson? We've talked about the chairs, sitting on the chairs and the ice,
All right.
and the bags. Any other anecdotal things of that nature?
Sustain. Phrase the question.
All right. Did anything else happen with regard to Mr. Simpson that you observed and his physical limitations on that date?
Not that I can recall right now.
He's still getting there yet. With regard to the other people who participated in this video, there were some ladies in the background
2 women,
and 2 men,
2 men.
plus yourself. Now, were those people who were fairly physically fit?
The women were in pretty good shape, as were the men, but due to the nature of the concept of the video, which was we were going to target the men's market, and one study that I saw indicated that as many as 50% of the men in America are sedentary. So we didn't want to come back with a real hard-hitting video, nor did we want to come in with a video where everybody was in great shape. And so the men were kind of what we called an everyday man.
Everyday man?
And like an everyday man, not bad shape, not great shape.
All right.
In fact, well, go ahead.
The women were in better shape than the men, weren't they?
The women were in a little bit better shape.
And the women, maybe a sensitive subject, what was the general age of the women in that video?
I would say, no disrespect to them, but I would say they were 30 to 35.
All right. And with regard to you, you were kind of the leader of that video, right?
Correct.
And at the time this video was shot last May, were you just a tick under 40?
It's a lot under 40.
Were you 39?
Yes.
Is that a lot under 40?
That,
All right. So you're just under 40. All right. And the other men who were in the video, they're approximately
actually, I take that back. It's 38.
38? All right. You're 39 now?
No, I'm 40 now, but we shot it in May.
All right. Now, with regard to the other men in the video, approximately how old were they?
Once again, I would say 33 to 40.
All right. I think Mr. Harris has us now. You take a look at this and tell us what we're looking at.
Now, most of us spend 8 or 10 hours right here at work, in an office, behind the desk. Just because we're wearing a shirt tie doesn't mean we should ignore our health and our fitness. Now, obviously, these aren't the best clothes to get sweaty in, but here's an at-work workout you can do to help you get through the day. I guarantee you, you're not going to work up a big sweat. Now, anytime you get a little stressed out, calm yourself by taking a few deep breaths. Inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. Now here's a 5-minute routine. You can do that will increase your circulation, relieve some tension, reduce some stress, and hopefully lead to a more productive day. Now we're going to start with some shoulder shrugs. Okay, very simple. You just want to do about 6 or 8 of these. Get some of that tension out of your neck. All right. Then we'll move to an upper back stretch. Lock those fingers, push them out there, and keep your back straight if you can. Oh, yes. Feel pretty good, doesn't it? How about some chest contractions? Take your arms, interlock them. You don't want to squeeze your arms down. Just push that chest out there, all right? Oh, yeah, like that, okay? Now let's work on the other parts of our bodies. Let's go to our lower back stretch, all right? Pull a leg up. Try to lean into it. Stretch that lower back, honey, like that. Yeah. And we'll get both legs, okay? How about some leg extensions and hamstrings? You know, just extend the leg. Work on that quad, tighten it up a little bit. Pull back that hamstring. Most of these exercises you just want to get 8 to 10 seconds. They're not long. As I said, we're not working up a sweat here. We're just trying to get that blood flowing, okay? Some ankle flexions and extensions. Just extend that ankle out there. Extend it out good. Roll it around a little bit. All right. Get them both in there. Good. Get that ankle nice. Okay. How about some bicep and isometrics? Now, this is not recommended if you're a hypertensive person. So you can just avoid this one. Just get at your desk. Get those hands in there. Get a little isometrics. Just pull up a little bit. I'll get to that bit. Get the blood going. Yeah. All right. Now let's make up for this. We've been sitting at that computer all day. We're messing around with that typewriter.
We got the idea. Now, with regard to this particular, did you again write the exercises for Mr. Simpson? This
Yeah, once again, I kind of routine the exercise program with the doctor's seal of approval.
All right.
Always.
And you got the doctor's approval before you did it, is that right?
On every one of them. That I'll repeat it every time if you need me to, but just so you know that the expert did approve everything I wrote, and there were many changes.
On the plane situation, in the travel situation, did Mr. Simpson participate in helping to write that because he travels so much?
He may have had some of the speaking parts he may have put in on his own.
Some ad libs?
Sure. And maybe he put in a little bit of it. I did the actual exercises, and where the dialogue came from may have been put in by him, may have been put in by another writer.
All right. Now, you've come here to testify today pursuant to subpoena, is that correct? Our request from the defense?
Yes, I have.
All right. And you've talked to the prosecution before this, have you not?
Yes, I have.
And you cooperated with them when they came to talk to you?
Yes, I did.
They tape recorded that statement?
Yes, they did.
They tape recorded?
Yes.
When was that you talked to them?
I don't remember the date, but I remember Cato Kalin was on the stand because we were watching that from my house.
And they came out to see you, and who came out to talk to you?
I believe it was Dana Thompson and one other gentleman.
And they tape recorded your statement?
Yes, they did.
Very well. Thank you very kindly. I have nothing further at this point, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Darden. And Mr. Darden, we're going to break at 1:45.
Finish my thing. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You've been talking an awful lot about Mr. Simpson and your experience with him during the shooting of that video, haven't you?
I have done some. I also, can I continue?
Is the answer yes?
Yes, with an explanation.
Well, You've been on Geraldo twice?
Yes. Geraldo.
No wonder I
The guy back there, Geraldo Rivera, you've been on this show
Correct.
twice? Is someone named Richard Prager,
Yes.
Inside Edition,
Yes.
American Journal.
Yes.
Okay. Any other tabloid television programs?
Yes.
What others?
I believe Extra Magazine also, but I need to explain also why. Nope. And maybe like an after what's it called, union payment, but I have a contract to make appearances to promote the tape. So part of my contract states I have to make 10 appearances to promote the exercise tape.
And this
My reason for being on there was to talk about the exercise tape.
is this considered one of those appearances to promote the tape?
Old. Actually, I don't even know if the tape is out anymore. To be honest with you, I'll tell you what happened. Playboy has sold the tape to some other people, and I have no idea if the tape is out. I haven't spoke with them for a long time. What I understand was the major outlets did not take it. So to the best of my knowledge, and I did have a call the other day where they could get their hands on the tape, and my answer is I have no idea. So I don't think it's on the market. So you have not seen me on TV for, I think maybe Geraldo was the last time I was on, because that's when the tape switched hands and it never ended up in the markets. So I don't need to go on anymore.
And you've also given a number of interviews to journalists, right? News journalists?
Newspaper, correct?
Okay. You gave an interview to the Los Angeles Times?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this was your first time meeting the defendant, is that right?
First time was, yes, early 94.
Okay. This was the first time you'd ever worked out with him, that is during the latter part of May 1994.
No, we worked out in an office in Playboy in Beverly Hills in it's either late March or April. It wasn't a strenuous workout, but it was we kind of went through a little bit of what we would be doing.
Okay. Okay. Now, when you began your testimony today, you said that you weren't an expert, correct?
I am not an expert.
Okay. And you said an expert would be someone with a PhD?
Or an MD who specializes in the fitness field.
Okay. Someone like Dr. Heisinger, for instance?
I think Dr. Huizinga specializes in internal medicine.
Okay. So someone who was the team physician for the Los Angeles Raiders wouldn't qualify as an expert in your mind. Is that correct?
It's irrelevant.
At any event, you don't hold yourself out as an expert, right?
I do not.
Okay. You're not a doctor.
No, I'm not.
What degrees do you hold?
None. I'm just literally a fitness instructor.
Okay. And prior to your joining Mr. Simpson on this Playboy video, you were on cable.
I was on cable.
Okay. And what cable network were you on?
Prime Ticket, Prime Network across the United States.
Okay. And you were doing a fitness show?
Exercise, half-hour exercise TV show.
Okay. And is that something that you still do?
No, it is not on at the moment.
You shot the aerobic segment of this video in one day.
Correct.
And when you say one day, you don't mean just in 8 hours, correct?
Correct.
It actually took you, what, 15 hours, 16 hours to shoot this video?
I don't know the exact time, but it was pretty high. Yeah, it was right out in that area.
Okay. And Mr. Simpson was present at the beginning of the video?
Yes.
And he was present at the end, is that correct?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And you described for us already some of his limitations, correct?
Correct.
And when you saw Mr. Simpson, you recognized those limitations, right? You recognized the fact that he had some limitations, right?
When I saw him,
Okay, well, when you saw him on the 27th, or 26th, rather.
25th, the day of the shooting.
Okay,
You're right. Sure. I knew of his limitations by that point.
okay. And you were concerned that he might not be able to make it through the video,
Right.
okay? He might not be able to make it through the shooting, right?
Yeah, in fact, I somewhat prepared for that.
But he did make it, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
You were surprised that he made it, correct?
Towards the end of the day, I wasn't anymore.
He convinced you that he could do it as the day went on, is that correct?
He convinced me that he would be able to do it. Correct.
Okay. Now, throughout the day, you and the defendant did a number of exercises, right?
Correct.
Okay. You did push-ups.
Yes.
You saw the defendant make punching motions.
Yes, I did.
And what do you call this thing where you twist your trunk all the way around?
That would just be like a lower back abdominal strengthening.
Okay, he did that. What other kinds of exercises did the defendant do that day?
We did a lot of, movements, as you saw, forward and backward movements, lateral movements. We did bending from the waist, bending from the knees. We did shoulder movements. We did lats and back. We did some bicep curls. We really covered, when you write a tape, something the doctor insisted I put in the tape is you train balance. And all that simply means is we're going to work the bicep, we have to work the tricep. If we're going to work the quad, you have to work the hamstring. You have to train a joint balance, otherwise you have a discrepancy in strength and flexibility about the joint. So there are many times when I'd write something down and we would tape me doing it and send it to the doctor, and he'd send it back with suggestions and corrections and so forth. Okay. So we did every muscle, not every muscle group of the body, but we did cover the body pretty much from head to toe at an entry-level position.
Okay, and Mr. Simpson did all of that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Simpson was able to lift his arms over his head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He was able to lift his body up on his toes and on his hands and do push-ups, correct? He was able to stand on his toes?
Right. We have a point where it's a slow movement up and down because it activates the calf and Achilles tendon, which is a common injury in running and jogging and exercise.
Okay, and despite his limitations, he was able to extend his legs, sort of a runner stand?
Like the hamstring, the calf stretch and the hamstring stretch, yes.
Okay, and he was able to bend his knees?
Sure.
In a standing position, he was able to bend his knees?
Right, from the one you saw, the standing hamstring stretch.
Okay. So he just did a number of exercises that day, right?
We did quite a few, as you saw on the tape.
Now, there was a point around 7 or 8 o'clock that night when you became especially concerned as to whether or not the defendant could complete the video. Is that correct?
One part in particular, when we restarted after that 2-hour break.
Okay. And you were concerned at that time that he might not finish, right?
It was put to me that I wanted to do another run through in each area.
Okay. All right. So the answer is yes to my question?
Yes.
Okay. And you did something to help motivate the defendant. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
All right. To get him going, right? You issued a challenge.
Yes, I did.
You helped him set a goal, right?
You bet.
And that's because you figured in your own mind that if you could help him set a goal and issue a challenge, he'd try to reach that goal, right?
Yes, I did.
You said something to the defendant, didn't you?
Yes.
What did you say to him?
I don't know exactly the word, but I said something to the effect that, well, let me start by saying this. We wanted to do all 3 rounds. And OJ said, listen, I'm good for 1 round. I've been sitting for a couple hours.
Okay. But tell me what you said.
Okay.
No, it's non-responsive, though.
What did you say to the defendant to motivate him and to help him set a goal?
Sustain.
State of mind, Your Honor, explain subsequent conduct.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this next question and answer is limited to the purpose only to explain the subsequent conduct, not for the truth of what was said.
What did you say to the defendant to motivate him and to help him set a goal?
Okay, after the first round, we got to push-ups. I got back on my feet, I started walking, and I looked at him, and I said something to the effect that, again, I don't know the exact words, but something to the effect that, geez, too bad you're not tough enough to make it through this. And I just kept walking or something along that lines to try to motivate him or kind of tease him a little bit that, I'm plenty strong enough to keep going. It's too bad you're not. And
Okay, and so what did the defendant say to you after you teased him a little bit?
kind of looked at me and something, in fact, he said something like, let's go, let's do it. Something along those lines. Again, I don't know the exact words.
Okay, and you'd already been exercising something like 12 hours, is that correct?
That's no problem for me. Yes.
You understand that in this case, we're concerned as to what happened within a matter of several seconds.
Sustain.
Okay, so the defendant said something like, or words to the effect of, let's go, come on, right?
The jury heard what the statement was.
All right. And did you and the defendant again begin exercising shortly thereafter?
Right.
Okay, and during the exercise, did you continue to say things to the defendant?
I kind of
You have to answer
needled.
yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Did you needle him?
Yes.
Did you challenge him?
Yes.
And did he respond to those challenges?
Yes.
And isn't it true that the more you needled this defendant and challenged this defendant, the more he responds?
Yes, but I need to explain something about that. When you're hosting a show or an exercise tape like this, there has to be a certain amount of energy and kind of playing along with the audience and the people, and that's very important. That's part of every show and every activity that I'm involved in. Everything I host is kind of like, you kind of lead them along, you gear them along, you motivate them. It's like a coach sitting there saying, come on, you can do it, things along those lines. So yes, the answer to your question is correct, but because OJ and I were the only two speaking people in the tape, it was important that I kind of direct things at him. It wouldn't make a lot of sense to turn to one of the people behind me whose names you don't know or hear about and start talking with them.
It's a good time to break your hand.
It is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-afternoon break. Remember all my admonitions to you. We'll be back in session at 3 o'clock. Mr. Walsh, you can step down and come back in 10 minutes. All right?
Completely,
Correct.
and he's punching out.
Right.
Now he's punching up.
Right.
Hands in a fist.
Yes.
Another portion from that same exhibit. This is 1549-46. What is he doing here?
Extending arm overhead.
Yeah, here we go.
Short lever, long lever.
Okay, and he was extending his arm completely in front of him and over his head?
Correct.
And that requires use of the major muscle groups in the shoulder and the back, right?
Shoulder, back, arms, lats. Correct.
Let me show you another segment. 1548-45. He's able to extend his arms outward fully.
Right, we're going arms overhead like this, bring it down forward, extending down. It's a warm-up movement.
Okay. And you did warm up a little bit, is that right?
Yes, we did. Part of any type of activity is always should include a warm-up, and on our tape, of course, it was a 3 to 5 minute warm-up.
And I think it was your finding after watching the defendant warm up that the more he warmed up, the more limber he appeared. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The more he warmed up, the more he could do. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And he could do things easier, right?
Yes.
Now, there were times during this taping when you yourself felt a little winded. Is that right?
No, I don't think so, in all honesty.
No?
I mean, it may have been a little bit tired, mostly tired of talking maybe, but physically, no.
Okay. Is it more difficult to exercise and talk than it is to just exercise?
You bet. Yes, it is. In fact, the project I'm hired for, mostly I'm hired hosting projects because of my mouth, not because of anything else. In fact, when Playboy hired me, they hired me because they said, though you're in shape, you have the appearance that people could look at you and say, geez, I could look like that, as opposed to someone who's so physically fit, I'd never be able to look like that. So it's kind of a backhand compliment.
Okay. At any event, and you do talk, Mr. Walsh, but it is more difficult to exercise and talk while exercising.
Tremendous amount.
Okay. It
Tremendously.
takes a lot more aerobic
Conditioning.
conditioning.
Right.
And that's what the defendant did in this case, right? He exercised and he talked during those exercises.
Right. When you see the tape, if it would be like compared to a football game, I would be the play-by-play man, and then he would be the color commentator. He throws in the tidbits, and I throw in the foundation types.
You know, and to get back to those occasions when you would challenge the defendant and motivate him and help him set a goal,
Object. That question, object. Follow that question.
Oh.
you concluded at some point that the defendant was really a gamer. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And that's the word you used, gamer.
I believe so.
Okay. And what did you mean by that?
Well, reached at the end of the day, we'd been going a long time. The two girls behind me were very physically fit and used to this type of activity. Nobody's used to 12 hours a day of exercise, but they were. Two men behind me, the young men in their 30s, they were beat. I mean, they were gone. And they're in better shape, at least in my opinion, than OJ was. And there are times I thought he was not going to be able to finish. There are times I talked with Playboy prior to shooting that he was not going to be able to finish this, and we better prepare for it. And somehow when action was said, he somehow dug down and was able to pull it out.
He was able to do it once the camera came on, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I do what we can.
Once you began shooting, the defendant somehow found the energy and made the effort to do the exercises that you wanted him to do. Is that right?
That is correct.
And he managed to do them the way that you wanted him to do those exercises.
Pretty much so, yeah.
Let me just show you a clip from 16:45:38. What's going on here? Audio, please.
Getting ready to do push-ups.
That's it.
I noticed the trainer is cheating. He's on his knees.
Yeah, that's right. Now I'm even on my feet. Okay, head is up, face is down. Abdominals are tight, rear is tight. I have no interest in seeing you do a lot of push-ups, but I do want to see you do them right. You don't have to do them all, you guys. So tight abdominals, tight rear. Heck, I'll do them on my knees. This is another way to do it. Good, I made that last one. Let's take a walk.
Oh, yeah.
Right back into it.
Now, in that video clip that we just saw, the defendant was doing push-ups,
Correct.
right? His back was straight, correct?
Yes.
He did it in the appropriate manner.
Yes, I'd say so.
Okay. And there was one point in that video where the defendant was sort of challenging you, wasn't he?
Probably.
You looked a little winded there, wouldn't you agree?
He was dreaming. I wasn't waiting. No, I think he was kidding and go along with the theme of exercise video or a show, kind of the motivation type stuff.
Now, when the video session was over, and I'm sorry, how long did it take?
I don't know the exact number of hours. I wouldn't be surprised if it took 15 hours.
Okay. Now, would that be 15 hours of actual taping?
No, wouldn't be 15 hours of actual taping, but what it would be 15 hours that day on the set. You do break for lunch. You do have breaks in between run-throughs. You do have breaks for camera reasons or any other problem, but it's quite a bit of exercise.
Okay. And after you completed the shooting for that day,
Right.
after about 15 hours, did you discuss with the defendant his performance that day?
I did in leaving.
Did you ask him how he was able to do that?
Seriously.
Sustain.
I have one moment, John. This is a question posed to the defendant. Not offered for the truth or matter stated.
We see counsel without support. All right, proceed. Proceed.
Mr. Walsh, at the end of that session that day, you asked the defendant how he was able to complete the workout that day, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did he say?
Again, I don't know the exact wording he used. I believe it was something to the fact that he said it's like Sunday or it's just like game day or something like that, referring to the days of when he played football. I believe that was the wording.
The defendant said that it was like game day.
Something like that, yeah.
And in fact, he went on to explain to you what he meant by that term, correct?
And he just kind of let it go at that, kind of like referring to, the old Sundays when it's time to put the helmet on.
That's something he said?
Yes, I believe so.
Well, what did he say in that regard?
I remember finishing.
What did he say in that regard?
We finished it, and remember we were going to do one run through. And after a little kind of coaxing him, we went through the whole aerobic segment one last time. This was in the, in 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th hour, wherever it was that we finished. And I have to admit, I was amazed that the man was able to do it. I looked, I said, how did you able to do that? So he was dead set on stopping after the first round, and that's when he made that comment.
The comment being that it's like game day.
It's like game day.
And the defendant told you at that time that back when he played in the NFL during those days, that he'd be a wreck all week, correct?
Yeah, objection, I hearsay.
Not at that time.
Okay. Oh, he told you something like that at a later time?
No, at an earlier time.
Okay. Well, when was it that he told you that?
Oh, well,
It was during that when I mentioned we had that break, and we really had to spend 2 hours of virtually doing nothing, and we were just kind of sitting around discussing, discussing football days, discussing other stuff,
And what did
golf and things like that.
Okay. And what did he say to you at that time about being a physical wreck in the NFL?
Mentioning that, you wake up Monday morning and feeling pretty beat up, kind of sometimes lasts throughout the week. And again, I don't know exactly the words used, but it was something referring to, and this wasn't the first time I've heard this. I know several NFL football players who kind of mentioned the same thing. So,
Well, you had a conversation with one of my investigators on March 22, 1995. Is that correct?
I don't know. Could I see the transcript?
You spoke to my investigator, Dana Thompson?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and that conversation was recorded?
That was recorded.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a transcript of the conversation you had with Mr. Thompson?
I would.
yes.
Let me ask to read to you. I'm going to ask you to read to yourself, first of all, and I'm going to direct your attention to paragraph 2.
Just the yellow, right?
Just paragraph 2.
Correct. That's pretty much everything I said.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection as to what you said?
Yeah, and that's kind of the way I answered this. Right.
Okay. Okay. Well, the defendant told you that it was like game day, right?
Right.
And he told you about being in the NFL, right?
Right.
He told you about being a physical wreck throughout the week.
Right.
And then he told you that despite any physical ailments or limitations he felt he might have during the week, he was always able to play on Sunday, right?
Yes.
He told you that he got up for game day, right?
Yes.
He got up for the challenge.
Yes.
Let me just show you a couple more excerpts and I'll be finished. 1644.
1644-27.
Yes.
Just a little bad like this. Here we go. Step together, we'll step together. Do it again. You ever see basketball players that are way down here? Like that? Okay, let's do it every time. Ready? Here, 2, 3. Good. Just like that. Real simple. Hands up, man. I'm guarding you. My hands are up.
You got no chance, Scott.
Yes.
Watch this pass.
Lateral movement there,
Yes.
And that doesn't mean that he can play in the NBA, right?
Ha, no way.
But he does have some lateral movement.
Right.
You mentioned a few moments ago that the defendant made it all the way through the entire last.
All 3 rounds.
Okay. How long did each round last?
I would say somewhere in the vicinity of 9 minutes
Okay. And how many times did you do each segment?
throughout the day total.
Yeah.
Boy, I would probably say we did each round, I'd say 3 times each at least, and then the last run through. So that's 3 times each, I'd say, maybe 4 times each.
Okay. Now, so would you agree that this defendant could, Mr. Simpson, he could exert himself physically for 2 or 3 minutes at one time?
Yes.
I'd like to show you another. You and the defendant had a number of brief conversations throughout the day. Is that right?
Yeah, I would imagine so.
42, 44. Before we start running this, what's the defendant doing in this still?
Well, looks like we're just reaching up in the air.
This one?
15, 48, 54.
We're either reaching
Let's
up.
take a walk. Here we go. Okay, let's do that whole thing over from the top game, but let's add arms. Ready? Here we go. Arms only. That's it. That's it. Now make it a little tighter. You know it. You feel good. Get the intensity up there. Both arms. Don't mind me if I start growling a little bit.
Now, in this segment, his arms are fully extended in front of him. Is that right?
Yes, it appears so.
Okay. No,
That's at 16:42 that we started.
nothing about that clip that would.
Overruled. Mr. Dart.
I'll withdraw the question. Continue, please.
Ready?
Hold it
Let's
just a
go.
second. Hold it. Cut the audio on this.
It's the audio portion we're interested in, Your Honor.
It's already been played 3 times now. Proceed.
But not with this witness. I have questions about the audio portion.
Sidebar with court reporter, please. Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Mr. Walsh, at one point during the video, the defendant made a comment, something to the effect of, if you hit your wife, you can just blame it on the video.
Rephrase the question. I don't think that's entirely accurate.
At one point in the video, did the defendant state, quote, "I'm telling you, you just got to get your space in if you're working out with the wife. If you know what I mean, then you can always blame it on working out." You recall the defendant saying that?
Yes, I do.
And did the defendant ever mention anything or something about hitting your wife during the video?
Overall.
No, he never did.
When he mentioned something about getting your space in when you're working out with your wife, was that scripted? Was that part of the script for this video?
No,
You weren't expecting the defendant to say that word?
not at all.
Did you respond to him after he said that?
I know what I responded in my mind.
And in your mind, how did you respond?
First,
Did he make that comment only once that day?
no,
He made it another time?
made it twice.
What was the second comment that he made along those lines?
Overall.
I think it was something along the same line of that.
And the date that this occurred was what, May 20?
May 25th.
Had you met the defendant's wife, ex-wife at that time?
No, I had never met.
You never met Nicole Brown?
No.
You and the defendant wrestled at some point?
Not wrestled, no.
Was there some type of physical contact that you had with the defendant other than what you've already described?
Not that I recall.
If I can have one moment.
Mr. Darden, if a chance, I'd like to bring up something.
No, hold on.
May I approach and confer with the witness for a moment, Your Honor?
Not at this point.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term called the adrenaline factor?
I sure am.
That's a term you've used before?
I don't know if I've used it. I mean, I'm familiar with it. I wouldn't say that I could explain to you what it's all about, but I am familiar with it.
Well, you were interviewed by Art Harris from CNN on January 31, 1995, right?
I don't know. I mean, it may have been. I remember doing a CNN interview.
Okay. Did you mention something about the adrenaline factor in that interview?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I may have, but I don't recall.
You have an understanding of that term?
I understand what it means, of course.
Okay. What does it mean?
If
Give it a foundation.
Foundation, sustained.
That's okay.
Cochran?
Mr. Walsh, with regard to the day that you spent with Mr. Simpson, the limitations that you had found before the video started, do you find those same limitations at the end of the day?
yes,
Like the problems that you described for this jury with his knees, his ankle, his shoulder, some of those problems at the end, isn't that correct?
correct.
And the fact that Mr. Darden asked some questions about him being a gamer, or whatever that fact is, you're aware of the fact that Mr. Simpson had not played a pro football game for more than 15 years prior to May 25th, 1994, isn't that correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were very surprised at his lack of mobility when you bumped into him and he almost fell over, isn't that right?
Yeah, this is a leading.
Yes.
All right, let me phrase it another way, please, Your Honor. Thank you. You were very surprised at how Mr. Simpson reacted to when you bumped into him, isn't it?
Your Honor, same objection.
Well, let me rephrase it again. Were you surprised when Mr. Simpson almost fell over when you bumped into him when he was acting like he was holding a ball?
Yes, I was.
And why were you surprised at that?
I just didn't think it was that I touched him that hard or bumped him that hard that he would react the way he did.
And the fact that he's a gamer and he was able to complete these exercises on that particular date, did you ever see him go back over those 20 or 25-pound bags? Was he ever able to do one curl with those bags?
No.
Now, with regard to the times you've appeared on these various shows, and I didn't get all the names, but
Right.
the shows that you did, why were you appearing on these shows?
Well, it's anytime you have a book, anytime you have a movie, anytime you're promoting a project for sale, whether it be a video or a movie, and you see all the people go out and they have to promote their movie or their book or their video. That is crucial. That is the way products are sold to the public when you're trying to sell something along those lines. That is my reason for going on these shows.
And when you went on these shows, did you still tell the truth as you've told this jury today about Mr. Simpson's limitations and about how this video took place? You tell the
Yeah,
truth?
I haven't changed the story or since June the 13th, but I haven't said anything different since June the 13th.
Now, with regard to this video, you mentioned this video was an entry-level workout. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so that basically, all of us in this room should be able to do this, the members of the jury, and if we wanted to borrow your video on a Saturday and do this, we could all basically get out and try to do that. Is that right?
I would think so.
I mean, that's entry level, right?
Yes.
All right. If we're in some kind of reasonable shape, we try to do it and could do it, right?
Yes.
All right. And I know with your help, we could do it even better. Is that right?
Much better.
All right. Now, were you surprised at OJ's physical limitations when you first encountered him in this case?
Very, very much.
And why was that? Why were you so surprised?
Well, I'd never had met OJ before the time at the Playboy office. And, you know, after his football days, I really don't remember anything else he did. I don't remember ever seeing him. I don't remember meeting him, anything like this. So the first time I met him, here's this man who used to run down the field, is now all beat up. It's just and I was a little surprised this was Playboy's choice for a fitness video.
You thought they made a mistake, isn't that right?
I definitely did.
Now, with regard to the times that you described for this jury, that at times after this 2-hour break that you described for the jury that Mr. Simpson would be seated in a chair with ice packs on his body. You recall?
Correct.
That? And so that we're clear, that was after the 2-hour hiatus that was taken?
That was after the 2-hour hiatus.
And did you see him in that chair on more than one occasion during breaks or during times when you were setting up a game?
I recall seeing him 2 times. When there was a break, I would be going about a million things going on, but I recall passing by twice.
And when you would see him on these 2 occasions, did he have the ice bags on some portion of his body?
Yes.
And at times when Mr. Simpson wasn't able to function well during that video, would it be correct that the cameras would focus on other members of the audience, the people in the back and that sort of thing?
Right. What you?
Sustain or phrase the question.
Certainly, got it. Were there times when other members of the entourage, if I can use that word, were focused on by the camera?
Right. We used a 3-camera shoot. That's why you see the 3 blocks. And I know there's, for the most part, one on me the entire time. In many cases, one on OJ and I, or just OJ, and then maybe one master shot or picking out someone from the back.
All right. And at times when he couldn't do exercises, would anything happen with regard to his particular camera shot?
Overruled.
I really don't know if the camera operator would switch elsewhere if he'd just stay on him, because we had 3 cameras and we know in editing we could go somewhere else. If he'd just stay on him until he regrouped and got back in the flow of it.
And were there times when he needed to regroup, Mr. Simpson?
Yeah, I remember times seeing him where and part of it had to do with he didn't know the routine, that we'd be going right and he'd start going left, but just keep going. You don't cut, because I know that the camera will, in editing, will fix it.
Now, Mr. Darden asked you some questions about lateral movement. In seeing Mr. Simpson's lateral movement, you saw he had a great problem moving from side to side. Isn't that correct? Did you answer that?
It was a difficult movement for him to maneuver. Right.
And that's the lateral movement, the one from side to side.
Correct.
I was not very gracefully, but I was demonstrating. That was for the record. I was demonstrating that for the court reporter, that lateral movement. Thank you. I have nothing further. Thank you.
No, Mr. Carter. So, Mr. Walsh, when the defendant almost fell over, as you described it, you don't know whether or not he was just faking that, do you?
Speculation.
Overruled.
No, I don't.
You don't know if he was just putting on an act.
No, I don't.
And you say that you thought Playboy made a mistake when they picked OJ Simpson to co-star with you in this exercise video?
Yes, I did.
But he surprised you, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He was a lot better at this than you ever thought he would be, correct?
That's correct.
That's all.
A lot better at finishing this project despite his physical limitations than you thought he'd ever be. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Walsh, thank you very much, sir. You're excused. Next witness. Deputy Bashmaki, you want to grab that? Bring me a small one. A small one. All right, Mr. Ford. Good afternoon again. Mrs. Robertson.
Step back, sir. Please.
All right.
Right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you make is when called not pending before this court, shows the truth of what you do and the help you God.
Yes.
Please have a seat on the witness stand and speak, whether first and last name for the record.
My name is Willie Ford, WILLIE
Mr. Cochran.
Thank you very kindly. Good afternoon, Mr. Ford.
Good afternoon.
And sir, Mr. Ford, what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a photographer for the city of Los Angeles.
And for how long have you been employed as a photographer for the city of Los Angeles?
Approximately 13 years.
And are you presently assigned to a particular department within the city of Los Angeles?
Yes, I'm assigned to LAPD SID Scientific Division.
LAPD Scientific Investigation Division?
Investigation Division.
How long have you been so assigned?
13 years.
And as such, you go out to crime scenes and you take pictures, do you?
Yes, sir.
And, Your Honor, may we approach just for a moment with regard with the reporter, just for a second?
Without. All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Now, thank you, Lynn. Mr. Ford, sir, in connection with your duties with the Los Angeles Police Department, and specifically as a photographer for the Special Investigations Division, do you have occasion on or about June 13th of 1994 to go to 360 North Rockingham?
Yes, sir.
And that's in connection with your duties with the LAPD?
Yes, sir.
And who'd you go there with, if anyone, on that date?
With my boss, David Atkins.
David Atkins?
Atkins.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And how did the two of you get to that location?
We drove
And where did you drive from?
from Parker Center.
And you arrived out at Rockingham at some point?
Yes, sir.
And what time did you arrive at that location?
According to the crime scene log, it was 3:10.
About 3:10 in the afternoon?
Yes, sir.
And prior to your testimony here today, you've had occasion to review the crime scene log, have you not?
No, sir.
Well, since June 13th, you've seen the crime scene log.
No, sir. I was told by the detective on the case that that was on the log.
Okay, which detective told you that?
I think it was Haro, Detective Haro.
Haro, H-A-R-O?
Yes, sir.
All right. He told you that the crime scene log indicated that you checked in about 3:10 at
Yes, sir.
Rockingham? All right. Does that comport generally with your recollection of the time you left downtown and the time it should have taken you to drive from Parker Center to Brentwood?
Repeat that question again?
Certainly, sir. Does the 3:10 time comport generally with the time that you knew you left Parker Center and drove west to Brentwood to 360 North Rockingham? Is that about the time you think you should have gotten there?
I didn't review that the time that I left. I just noticed that the time that we got there was 3:10 according to the log.
According to what Haro told you in the log, is that right? All right. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Now, when you got there, did you encounter and talk with some LAPD detective outside the Rockingham location regarding the reasons why you were there?
Yes, sir.
And which detective did you talk with?
That was Detective Harper.
All right, you talked to Detective Harper, and you met him outside of Rockingham, did you?
Yes, sir.
And did Detective Harper give you some instructions or tell you what he wanted you to do with regard to that location?
Yes.
And what was that?
To videotape the personal property of Mr. Simpson outside, from outside, as well as the interior of his home, starting outside first.
All right, and so your idea, your role was to videotape all the personal property, both outside and inside Mr. Simpson's residence. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And in accordance with that, you've been doing your job for about 13 years?
Yes, sir.
You do your job well, don't you?
Yes, sir.
You try to do the best you can, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right, and on this particular date, you were there to follow the instructions that you were given, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
So did you start this task by the use of some sort of a video camera?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what kind of video camera you were using on that date?
It was a VHS RCA camcorder, full
Camcorder.
size. Yes, sir.
Camcorder? All right. You can look through the little finder and you see what you're shooting.
Yes, sir.
And what you were trying to do in going through the exterior and interior of the house was to shoot anything that was out. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And your instructions were to shoot any and all objects that were out, and any and all clothes that were out.
Yes,
When
sir.
you were there, isn't that right?
Motion to strike.
Oh,
Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you started outside. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then you came inside the house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to this VHS, this was it? Did you say RCA? What kind of camera was it?
It's RCA.
RCA VHS camcorder. Looking through the viewfinder, you saw like a time on that viewfinder, didn't you?
There is a time on that.
Right.
This particular day, I wasn't paying attention to
All
it.
right. There was a time, but you found out at some time afterwards that the time that was on that viewfinder was 1 hour behind the actual time. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
So if the time showed 3 o'clock on the viewfinder, it was actually 4 o'clock. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was because it hadn't been changed because of daylight saving time.
Right.
All right, sir. So so if we were to look at a video of this, we will see a time, and we have to add 1 hour to that. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay, to get the correct time. All right. Yes?
Yes.
All right. So you started outside, and then you went inside. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you talk to any other detectives about what you were going to shoot other than Harper?
Yes.
You got inside. Who else did you talk with?
Detective Harrell.
Okay. You talked to Harper outside, right?
Yes.
And then when you got inside, did you talk to Detective Haro?
Yes.
All right. And with regard to Mr. Simpson's house, you shot first downstairs. Is that correct? With your camera?
Yes.
And then did you shoot all the rooms downstairs?
Repeat the question.
Did you go in each of the rooms downstairs in
Yes.
the Rockingham residence? You tried to go in each room. Is that right?
I did.
And you use your video camera in each room, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're an experienced photographer, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, you concluded and finished shooting downstairs. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And when you did that, did you go upstairs?
Yes.
All right. And when you went upstairs, again, your role was the same as when you talked to Harper and Haro, was to try and shoot or to pick up everything that was out. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you tried to do a good job again at that, didn't you?
Yes.
All right. So did you come up those stairs up towards Mr. Simpson's bedroom?
Yes.
And then at some point, did you go inside Mr. Simpson's bedroom?
Yes.
And did you shoot the top of his bed?
Leading.
it is.
Okay, well, let me ask you another way. When you got to Mr. Simpson's bedroom at some point, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you got to his bedroom, you see any socks on the floor at the foot of his bed?
No.
rope.
You didn't see any socks, did you?
No.
If you see any socks there, you would have shot them with the camera, wouldn't you? They were out on the floor, wouldn't you? You're taking a photograph of those, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Because that was part of your task, wasn't it?
Yes.
Now, and you shot all that bedroom, and did you go into the closets and shoot in the closets also?
Yes, if it was open.
All right, any door that was open. In fact, Mr. Ford, sir, your instructions were to shoot everything except that you were not to go inside drawers and pull them open. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Everything else that was out was what you're supposed to shoot, right?
Yes.
And you proceeded to do that. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, while you're upstairs, you shot, I presume, the cameras. You went in each of the bedrooms upstairs also?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I were to now show you a copy of this video, you can tell us whether or not you shot this. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Council's aware of this, Your Honor. This is Exhibit 1068. Is the videotape? I'd like now to let me say where Mr. Harris is, where we'll start. Yet I don't want to spend the entire day going all the way through. I want to get right to the important part. I want to save some time because we're getting close to 4 o'clock. I'm going to ask Mr. Harris to start this video at the beginning, and then we'll stop it after I lay a foundation, then go upstairs. Very well? Mr. Harris, thank you. This is, Your Honor, for the record, Exhibit 1068. All right. Now, where this, you see that, oh, Mr. Harris, back it up a little. Okay, let's back it up. Let's back it up to outside. You see that, all right, you stop it there, Mr. Harris, thank you. All right, you see where it says 6/13/94, that was the date, is that correct?
Yes.
And where it says 2:13 p.m., that should be 3:13 p.m., right?
Yes.
Now, is this the outside of the residence?
Yes.
And was this shot by you?
Yes.
And was this shot after your initial conversation with Detective Harper?
Yes.
All right, and then after you shot this, the exterior, you then went inside, right? Of the premises.
Yes.
All right. All right, Mr. Harris, why don't we then move inside?
This,
All right, yeah, I want to move to, Mr. Dart and I agreed that we would then move, save some time to going up the stairs. I want to get to going up the stairs. Top of the stairs? Let's start at the bottom of the stairs.
His case, he can start where he wants in the videotape. You can play whatever you want that's left.
Now, you, within a few minutes, while we're getting to that, sir, within a few minutes after your arrival at about 3:10, you then commenced shooting the video, isn't that correct?
yes.
And that was indicated on that by showing like 3:14 or thereabouts, right?
Yes.
We're ready again now, Your Honor. You have a seat for 10 seconds.
Proceed.
All right, now,
All right, this is at 307.
all right, now, is this the, you recognize this as being the stairway leading upstairs to Mr. Simpson's home?
Yes.
And that would be about 4:08 p.m. on June 13th, 1994?
Yes, sir.
All right. This was shot by you, is that right?
Yes.
And this is one of the bedrooms, or the children's bedrooms at the location?
Yes.
All right, now you're now entering, it's about 4:13 p.m. You're now entering, is this Mr. Simpson's bedroom area?
Yes.
And you took a photograph of a blanket there, and an easy chair?
Yes.
All right. And you continued on in that room, and you walked into this room, did you not?
Yes.
All right. You remember seeing this couch in that room?
Yes.
Remember the fireplace in that room?
Yes.
Now stop right there. You stood right in that room, is that correct?
Yes.
And you shot toward the fireplace at that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Simpson's bed was to the right, was it not?
Yes.
About 4:13 in the afternoon, is that right?
Yes.
You walked in that room, you see that, stop again. You took a photograph of something on top of the bed, is that correct, that was out?
Yes.
What are those? Do you remember what those were?
It looked to me like belt or ties,
Maybe suspenders or something like that?
maybe.
All right. There's something on top of the bed, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You shot that, did you?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to back up a little bit. Continue to shoot, did you not?
This is going forward. You said back
All
up?
right. Yeah, well, he's going. We want to back it up. All right, stop it there. You see that carpet there, that rug, right in front of the bed?
Yes.
Saw that rug that particular day, did you not?
Yes.
And in fact, you walked past that rug when you went into the other room, into the bathroom area, didn't you?
Yes.
Any socks on that rug that day, Mr. Ford?
No.
You didn't videotape any, there were none there, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
It was 4:13 p.m. about that time on June 13th, 1994 that you walked through there, right?
Yes.
If there had been socks there, you would have taken photographs of them or video.
Yes.
All right, you can move it on, please. This is another shot. Now you're shooting from the foot of that bed. Is that correct?
Yes.
At that point, you were right on that particular, that rug or carpet there. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Foot of the bed. You didn't see any socks or anything else there, did you?
No.
Then from that point, thank you, Mr. Harris. From that point, you went on into an alcove area where there's kind of a bureau, I guess we can call it. A vanity, I think we call it.
Yes.
In Louisiana, where they call that a bureau, but I guess it's a vanity in California. All right. You saw that? And that's a
Yes.
fair and accurate portrayal? You didn't open any drawers, did you?
No, sir.
You shot everything that was out. Now, that was Mr. Simpson's closet, right?
Yes.
Did you go inside that closet?
Yes.
You shot in there also?
Yes.
In other words, you tried to do everything that the instructions. There's additional parts to the video, is that correct?
Yes.
You shot everything.
Yes.
Because the time is late and the court would like me to get close to wrapping this up right at 4 o'clock. I'm not going to show the rest of it.
Okay.
But if we were to show this to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it would be a fair and accurate portrayal of the way these items appeared when you were there on June 13th after 3:10 in the afternoon. Is that correct?
Yes.
You didn't take anything out and move it to photograph? You didn't do that, did you?
No.
You just shot what you saw. Is that right?
Yes.
You didn't make up anything? You didn't add anything or subtract anything, right?
No.
All right. So now you continued this shoot you went into the closet area?
Yes.
Then did you also go into the bedroom area?
Yes.
May I have just a second here? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Excuse me. So you continued on into the bathroom area, did you?
Yes.
You took photographs up there? Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. And then thereafter, You came out, and did you continue shooting after you came downstairs?
No.
You concluded, was that the last room that you shot?
Yes.
And so you finished your shooting somewhere right after 4:15 or so on that particular day?
I would say yes.
In that particular
Approximately,
time,
yes.
Is that right? 4:15? All right. Now, this might be a good point, if you might.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our recess for the afternoon. Mr. Ford, you may step down. You are ordered to return, sir, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Also, do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. I understand that you were advised earlier today that one of our bailiffs, one of our deputy sheriffs who has served with us, Deputy Geb Jahizian, was unfortunately shot and killed yesterday. He went to investigate a prowler at his next-door neighbor's home and was unfortunately shot and killed. And this afternoon, as we affectionately knew him, Deputy G12 and Department 103 will stand in recess this afternoon in his honor. Thank you.